Great. Here we are.
Thank you. Well, we're underway with hearing 17B. And just thinking, is there someone who might do our karakia this morning? We reach out to Sarah Mako for a karakia if no one else is volunteering.
Tēnā tātou. Is that my job? Sorry, just logged on.
It's your job at the moment. Yeah. Sorry, Sarah.
All right, all good. Ka pai. Well, tēnā tātou. E mihi kau ana kia koutou katoa. He karakia tīmata. Tohua tupua nuku tohua tupua rangi Aotea Nui papahaha roa. O piki o hiki o tu o rongo marae roa e tau. Rongo tautanga tamatua e raro. E rongo whakairi aki ki rongo tuturu whakamaua ki a Tina. Hui e taiki. Tēnā tātou.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Yes, well, welcome. We're dealing with over the next 4 days hearing 17B, which involves the rural production, rural lifestyle and future urban zones. Just to introduce myself, probably you've heard this all before, but we'll go through the protocols anyway. Stephen Daish, I'm the hearings panel chair. I'm based in Hawke's Bay where I'm sitting today, and just introduce you to the other commissioner who's sitting with me on this hearing, Commissioner Kit Littlejohn. Welcome, Kit.
Welcome. Good morning, Stephen. Tēnā koutou, everyone.
And just really going through the procedures at the start. So New Plymouth District Council have appointed 4 independent commissioners to the New Plymouth District Plan Review Hearings panel. 2 of us are sitting today. The other 2, Antoine Coffin and Dave McMahon, they aren't sitting today, so we have a quorum of 2. And that's in terms of decision making. Just to let everyone know that I, as a chair, have a casting sort of vote if there's any disagreement, which we're not really anticipating because we're going through a pretty thorough deliberations process on all of our submissions and all of our chapters. So that's just by way of introduction. We are holding this hearing by Zoom, and last week we had a number of hearing days which all went pretty well by Zoom. The protocol really with Zoom is that Kit and I will stay online with our cameras on, but we'll turn our speakers off normally as we go along. I would like each of the reporting officers to turn their cameras on as well. We missed out a bit last week. It's just we quite often get some indications from the staff where they might have some suggestions or advice for us along the way. So if the reporting officers can just keep your cameras on, we can keep in touch that way as we would normally do in a hearing room. And where a submitter is submitting, please, if the whole team, if there's more than one of you, just come online in terms of video, and we'll have the speakers off when you're not speaking. So those are the protocols around our Zoom hearing. Just wanted to take you now to our register of interests, which the hearings panel registered online as part of our minute 4, just outlining any past work we've done either for the council or in Taranaki, and we've made some decisions about managing any potential conflicts of interest there. But before each hearing, we just basically pause for a while to see if there's any particular issues that anyone thinks might need to be brought to our attention about our impartiality to hear these matters? Okay, thanks for that. We'll move on. There are no real health and safety issues, particularly as we normally go through. And probably that's the introduction, just in brief, because I think we are all very familiar by now with the hearing procedures. So I'll start with the hearing just with some introductions and appearances. Christine, perhaps if you could start, and then I'll call people out as we go around the room.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Christine Brummel, and I'm just assisting Julie off and on throughout the week for this particular hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Mako, you're next. We've already heard from you, but yes.
Tēnā tātou, Sarah Mako Teko Teitanga, presenting later this week.
Thank you, Sarah. Denise?
Kia ora koutou katoa, Denise Young, I'm the reporting officer for the Rural Production Zone.
Good morning, Denise. Louise, you're next up.
Hi, I'm Louise Y, and I'm the reporting officer for the Rural Lifestyle, and I also had an overseeing role with the Future Urban Zone.
Thank you very much, Louise. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Yeah. Marlene.
Kia ora. Oh, I don't know why that's not working. Oh, no, here it is. Kia ora, I'm Marlene. I work for Te Runanga o Ngāti Mutunga, and we're presenting on Wednesday afternoon. Thank you.
Kia ora, Marlene. Keith.
Tēnā tātou, everybody. Yes, Keith Holes, Wichanati Rahiri Hapu will be presenting Wednesday, and if I can, Commissioner Littlejohn, welcome back. We've hogged the system for the last couple of weeks, so it's good to see you back again. Thank you.
Maria.
Kia ora tātou, ko Maria Hokapaura takunga. I'm the planner for Te Kahui o Taranaki, presenting on Thursday. Kia ora.
Yeah, kia ora, good to see you, Maria. Hillary.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Hillary Walker. I do policy work for Federated Farmers. Myself and Mark Hooper, who's our provincial president, we're speaking tomorrow.
Yep. Hello, Hillary. Welcome back.
Yeah, good to see you. Thank you.
Todd.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Just by way of introduction, commissioners, this is the first time that I will be appearing before you and presenting to you as part of the New Plymouth District Council team. I'm an independent planning consultant based in Tauranga. However, I was raised and brought up in New Plymouth and Bow Block, and I had my first planning job in New Plymouth Council actually after I left university. So I've since that time, I've retained a working relationship with New Plymouth District Council, predominantly around some of the consenting issues. At the end of last year, the council asked me whether I'd be available to help out with some of the reporting on the proposed district plan. And so I've taken on the role of the reporting planner along with Louise and Denise.
Excellent. Thank you, Todd, and welcome to the team. We'll look forward to speaking to you later in the day and through the next few days. So you're reporting on some other matters as well, Todd, for us?
Yes, so today, or this hearing obviously is for the Future Urban Zone. I've also done some work with the council in terms of the structure plans and also for the upcoming rezoning hearing.
Okay, thank you very much, Todd, and welcome. We have Doug.
Kia ora.
Tēnā iata, commissioners and everyone. My name's Doug Hislop, and I'm here helping the Kaitaki Community Board in their presentation, which is on Wednesday.
Welcome, Doug. Good to see you with some beautiful, is that Taranaki coastline behind you?
That's just out the bedroom window. Kit knows what I'm talking about, I think.
Yeah. Great to see you. All right, Sarah Edwards.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, commissioners, submitters and members of the public, and of course the planners and the district plan team. My name is Sarah Edwards and I'm the district plan lead. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. We have Cam next up.
Ata mare koutou, ko Cam Twiggly tōku ingoa. So yeah, I'm appearing for the Green School tomorrow morning, and also for Todd Generation and OMV on Wednesday morning, providing planning evidence.
Thank you very much, Cam. We have someone on a chairman's iPad, which is intriguing. So if that person could just say hello if they're listening in. Okay, perhaps not hearing us at the moment. Oh, here we go. Perhaps turn the speaker on. You can turn your speaker on. Yes, good morning. So your speaker signals come off there, but we still can't hear you, sorry. Okay, perhaps we'll come back. Yeah, Lauren Wallace, welcome.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Lauren Wallace here, counsel for the council. I will just be sitting in intermittently into this hearing a little bit this morning and then tomorrow. Also with me is Alison Cole, who is one of the lawyers at GQ. She's just sitting in to observe the hearing today. So hopefully that's okay with the panel and everyone.
It's just fine, thanks, Lauren. We're in a public session, and Alison's very welcome, which we'll just come to her in a moment. Lauren, you've just filed with us a memorandum.
I have.
Presume you'll just be presenting that as part of the staff introductions, or
yeah, I can speak to that when Denise opens.
Okay. And do the Green School have a copy of that? Do we know?
They don't, but I'm happy to. I just wanted to raise it, and then in accordance with your directions, serve it on whomever I need to.
All right. So we'll just pick that up reasonably early on in the piece, we could, because it'd be good to get that dealt with and out and about.
Yes.
Thank you, Alison. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in support of Lauren. I hope it goes well.
Yes, thank you, Alison. Jessie Gooding. Kia ora, Jess. Are you hearing us? You may be struggling with the old audio as well. All right, let's just perhaps get underway. Kit, is there anything I've forgotten to mention in terms of procedures? I normally have a list written up. I've left it at the office.
I can't think of anything, Stephen. Let's get down to business.
Great, thank you. And I see Casey's just joined us too. Welcome, Casey.
Morena. Oh, kia ora koutou, Casey Bellamy, Te Kotei Tango Te Atiawa Trust.
Lovely bright smile as always. Welcome, Casey. All right, so I think, Denise, are we going to hand over to you? So perhaps, as I said, just when you're doing introduction, Denise, perhaps obviously with Louise there and Todd, just perhaps just for speakers on. So yes, so we do miss one of the things that we find with the Zoom hearings is we get quite a lot of interaction, helpful interaction with the staff team as we go through the hearings, which we miss when we have the Zoom hearing unless we have our speakers on. So I think you know the general rules by now. Certainly, if there's something that you sense you could add or that you sense we're struggling with or perhaps we've got wrong, just yes, just put your hand up and we'll introduce you to the discussion. I'm much more in favour of that than holding everything to the end if there's something you can help us with as a advisory team. So thank you for that. And Denise, I think it's over to you.
Thank you, Commissioners. I've got a short PowerPoint presentation. I'm just going to go through that. So it covers the 3 zones. The next slide. So the PowerPoint this is just the overview of what we're going to talk about. So it's a bit of a tag team. So I'm going to talk about land cover, land uses, and the goat control layer. And then Ms. Y will come in and talk about the changes in the rural zones between the ODP, the operative district plan, and the proposed district plan. And then I will speak to the rural production zone. Ms. Y will speak to the rural lifestyle zone, and Todd, Mr. Whitaker, will speak to the future urban zone. So next slide. So the reason why I'm going to just talk a little bit about land use cover and current land uses is because the New Zealand planning standards have 4 zones that we could have potentially used to cover the rural our rural environment, and they are the rural general rural zone, the rural production zone, the rural lifestyle zone, and the settlement zone. So the general rural zone and the general rural production zone are quite similar in the description, except the rural production zone is around areas that are used predominantly for primary production activities, but they rely on the productive nature of the land, where the general rural zone you can have is again used predominantly for primary production and rural industry, but it doesn't have that qualification that you have to rely on the productive nature of the land. So I just thought I'd just bring up these land use cover. This is from Taranaki Regional Council, and you can see that predominantly the land use cover in our rural environment is highly producing exotic grassland, and we have just pockets of exotic forestry, so that's not a huge land use. And you can see the dark green is Indigenous vegetation, and so that's predominantly in the northern Eastern Hill Country and Taranaki Maunga. We have very small.
Denise, just on our my vision anyway, that we're losing about the bottom quarter of the strip. So whether that's something we could rectify.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's better. Sorry. Yeah. You can see that the orange is basically the horticulture land. So we only have a very small amount of horticultural land, and you can see that the settlements are really, we don't have a lot of small rural settlements. So the settlements, which are the built up area, are just really that's Uanui, Waitara, New Plymouth, Okura and Okato. So the settlement zone wasn't particularly useful either. So if we just move to the next slide. This is just showing where the location of the highly productive land. So I've used the same definition as the proposed MPS, so it's classes 1 to 3. So land use capability is a national database, and you can see again it maps across. It's kind of similar to where the highly productive grassland was in land use cover in the previous database, and you can see again it's around the Ring Plain and then our northern coastal terraces, and you can also see little bits of productive land in the Eastern Hill Country, and they're likely to be in the river valleys, and we do have a little bit of tabletop land which is on top of the ridges it also is good grazing land. Next slide. This is just a sort of more of interest, but this is the riparian plans. In my report on the rural production zone, I talked a little bit about the stock access, NES regulations that have come in. You can see predominantly the riparian plans are on the Ring Plain, again the coastal terraces, but you do see a little bit inland, and that just represents again where the grazing land is. So on the Ring Plain it's predominantly dairy or dairy support, and then inland it's probably more sheep and beef. Just noting that predominantly, so the riparian program for TRC started on the Ring Plain, and you can see due to those stock regulations, it started to come out into other areas.
Denise, can you just remind me of the riparian plan? That's a TRC program.
Yeah, it's a TRC program, and it helps landowners. It's about fencing and planting the water bodies. And it's been particularly with the stock regulations coming in, so they're staggered. But now, if you're a dairy farmer or you do dairy support, you have to have fenced off your stock from water bodies, and so the riparian plans have been quite crucial in getting farmers, and Taranaki's been an early adopter of that. So we've been fencing and planting our water bodies since the mid-90s. So it's over. So it has been a bit of an easier rollout, I suppose, and it's something that it's an ongoing issue. So it's now moving out to areas which are not typically dairy. They may be sheep and beef, but yeah, so it's just another picture really that that the district is productive.
Denise, are these riparian plans required by the regional plan, or?
No, they're not. They were voluntary.
Yes.
But as with the there has been some in the regulations, the MPS on freshwater and the NES freshwater talks about farm plans, but I'm unsure if the government's landed on what's included in a farm plan. But they are definitely helping farmers, work out how to fence and plant water bodies that will help them with their sort of with the upcoming regulations to have to exclude stock. Sorry, this is a bit off topic for
Yes, it is, and that's an area I'm particularly interested in. So I'm just testing your local knowledge, really. Yeah. Okay. Sorry to interrupt. We'll carry on.
Okay, next slide. This is just really talking about, I put this in my report as well, just the importance of the rural sector to our district's economy. Just to, with no surprise that our rural sector, so agriculture overall, makes up 86% of business units. It's our biggest industry by business unit in the Taranaki region. And dairy cattle farming, which is either milking or dairy support, is the biggest, still the most dominant business unit, followed by sheep and beef. So we are definitely, it's about grazing animals. We don't have a lot of, as I've talked before about, we don't have a lot of horticulture. Okay, so just combined, it just showed that, so we do have two rural zones, and they are just rural production and rural lifestyle.
Can I just ask a couple of little questions on the way
Yeah.
through? Mining in the New Plymouth context, is that almost entirely gravel extraction rather than any other type of mining? Do you know?
I'm unsure. Like I don't think we have a lot of mineral deposits, so I could get back to you, but it's not a really big industry here. We do have there is an allowance for farm quarries, which is really just mining sort of gravel to use on farm tracks. But I'm unsure about
big percentage. 10% of rural industries by business units is mining. So those stats did intrigue me. I must say I'm involved with other types of mining around the country, but yeah, I'm just presuming it is quarrying and gravel extraction. But yeah, 10% is quite a significant number. So if you could, it's really it just seems incongruous.
It's just the stats. I can just explain the source of the information. So it's actually business units. It's not. So I'm unsure about how that correlates to how many operations there are. There could be a lot of small operators. So
okay.
I'm really not sure, because it's not about the percentage of activity on.
No, I understand that.
Yeah. So I can find that out though.
Okay, just if it's easy to find. And the other question was around horticulture. Denise, I'm pretty aware of the climate change issues that are happening. Are you seeing more a growth in horticulture in Taranaki? The climate scientists are suggesting we may well see more of that in western areas over time.
That's not something I researched either, so I couldn't offer an opinion on that. Might be something that you could ask Federated Farmers or Horticulture New Zealand are presenting evidence as well.
Yeah, Horticulture New Zealand. So I'll just get a steer from them. Thank you.
Next slide. I think it's Miss Y. Oh no, sorry, the goat control. Just want to talk a little bit about this is a spatial layer that's unique to the rural production zone. So the goat control layer, or the keeping of goats, that's come over from the operative district plan. So we haven't changed the layer. So basically, it's just a 2 kilometre radial, or 2 kilometres from the national park boundary. And when we're talking about keeping of goats, the operative district plan has quite a good introduction in the rule, which we didn't cover over, but I just wanted to clarify that. And it's about any goat owned, farmed or otherwise kept shall be confined by goat-proof fencing. So it's not about feral goats coming on to land. It's actually about people purposely keeping or farming of goats. So that's the end of my part of the presentation.
Before you jump off that, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What's the theory behind the 2 kilometres? Is that because at 2 kilometres the goats will give up and they won't get there, or what? Someone's likely to see them before they get there in that 2 kilometre buffer? What's the magic behind it?
I don't know why there was a 2 kilometre. It's just something that's been carried over. Might be a good question to ask. I know that Doc's presenting.
Oh yeah, okay. No, I will. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Next slide. Right, Ms. Wiley.
Hi, right. I'm just going to go through the approach in the operative district plan for the 2 rural zones. So the operative district plan has 1 rural environment area, and we have no specific rural lifestyle areas. It does not list activities, but focuses on controlling activities. So effectively, we've got an effects-based plan. So that means that activities are permitted, provided they meet the appropriate effects standards. And this has enabled the rural areas to be subdivided and developed for rural lifestyle use, despite not having a rural lifestyle zone. Next slide, please. So as a result of all this subdivision occurring that was breaking up the rural environment, the Rural Review project began in May 2009, and you'll note that this was identified as an issue not actually long after the operative district plan was made operative, because it was only made operative in 2005. So this Rural Review project was to address all the concerns and to come up with some key directions and a way forward. And the Rural Review project had 4 key directions, and what came out of this was we needed to ensure that there was still an opportunity for rural lifestyle living to occur across the rural areas, but we needed stronger provisions to manage the rural character. The second direction was to investigate the possibility of lifestyle living opportunities close to existing settlements. The third key direction was whether to give greater protections for important landscapes, such as the coast and the mountain. And the fourth key direction was to consider whether to place greater controls on reverse sensitivity to protect key industries, such as poultry, oil and gas, etc., through setbacks. A key finding of this was that in this rural review was that building densities was increasing on the lower slopes of the Puakais, Kaitaki ranges and around the west of Inglewood. Next slide, please. So as a result of the rural review, Council undertook Plan Change 27. And this Plan Change 27 addressed key direction 1 of the rural review. So this was basically putting in stronger provisions for the rural environment area. And some key things that this plan change did, it had created an ability to provide 2 habitable dwellings per allotment. This was retained, but requirements became stricter in terms of size and location of second dwellings for those lots of under 20 hectares. So it really changed the focus on lot sizes, because before this, the operative district plan had an allowance for smaller lots in the rural environment area, 1,000 or 2,000 square metre lots. So that was all tightened up through this Plan Change 27. It also put an increased setback distances from all lots from both the road and sign boundaries. So this became a 30-metre setback. So that was to try and create some buffers and setbacks to distinguish between what was rural lifestyle, what was residential, so that the rural environment still actually looked rural. It also introduced a non-statutory rural design guide and strengthened the provisions relating to maintaining the rural character. So that's become a key component of the rural environment area. Next slide, please. Okay, so this leads us on to the proposed district plan. So you will note that one of the key directions of the rural review was to investigate the possibility of rural lifestyle areas, essentially. So that was to become a plan change, but then we moved into the phase of district plan review. So that rural lifestyle key direction became a part of the proposed district plan review. So the proposed district plan established a rural lifestyle zone, and this is to control the ad hoc lifestyle living that's been happening. And the rural lifestyle zone was developed based on a set of criteria, expert advice and site visits. The proposed district plan then goes on to list activities which are considered compatible with the rural environment to prevent the out of zone activities establishing. It reduces the maximum number of residential units allowed on a site as of right in the rural production zone. It provides a really strong policy direction on the management of large-scale primary production and rural industry activities, and it provides better management of activities which have the potential to create reverse sensitivity. Next slide. So that's just a brief overview, and then when Denise and I individually talk, we will talk through details of rural lifestyle and rural production. So this final slide at the moment from me is just an overview of the district. There should be a key. I just not something to be coming up. Okay. Oops. So as you can see, the sort of darky grey green colour shows the rural production zone, and then this shows where in green where the rural lifestyle zone areas have been identified, and in the mustardy yellow colour shows the future urban zone areas. Right. If we go to the next slide, I will hand back to Denise.
Thank you, Louise.
So the rural production zone, as shown on the map, is the largest zone. It covers about 97% of the district's land cover. So next slide, please, Christine. So the key, again, as Ms. Wise just said, the key resource management issues for the review were about ensuring that the rural environment is predominantly used for primary production, to retain that rural character and amenity, to manage the adverse effects of large-scale primary production and rural industry activities, and address reverse sensitivity issues. Next slide. You probably can't see the objectives. I'm just going to read just bullet points. Again, what they say, there's quite a lot of them, and they are quite detailed, and they're detailed for a reason, is that they really do try and outline what the outcomes are for the rural production zone. So they are about ensuring that the rural production zone is predominantly used for primary production. Objective 4, which is the really large one, is around trying to, it outlines what the predominant character and amenity of the rural production zone is, and that's about extensive areas of vegetation. It has low density built form, and it's interspersed with existing rural industry facilities such as chicken sheds or other indoor intensive farming, quarries, oil and gas or energy activities, and clean fuels. And again, the other objectives are around ensuring that the adverse effects of large-scale primary production and industries are properly managed. And then the last one, Objective 7, is around ensuring that sensitive activities are designed and located to avoid, remedy or mitigate any adverse reverse sensitivity effects or conflicts with the existing primary production or rural industry activities. Next slide.
Denise, is that the notified version of the?
That's the notified version, yeah. This is the notified version of the rule framework. So the I've skipped out the policies, but basically what the policies do, there's 3 policies that set out the list of activities that are either compatible. So these permitted activities are what are listed in the policy around what is compatible with the rural production zone. So again, they are primarily things that you need to have to have an efficient primary production, and they all primary production sort of activities, and they also recognise the need for other things like residential units, which are an auxiliary to living on having to live on the land. Next slide. These are the activities, these are restricted discretionary activities. These are things that are seen as being potentially compatible with the rural production zone. So there's things that may occur in the rural production zone, but we really want to have go through a resource consent process to see if to manage the effects. Next slide. So these are the discretionary and non-complying activities. So the discretionary activities also includes a catch-all rule. So if you're not listed in any of the rule tables, then you're discretionary or full discretionary. And that has been an issue for that came up for emergency facility activities where we hadn't listed. So that's you know, fire stations, which we didn't provide for in the table, so they were full discretionary, and I have recommended that they be listed as restricted discretionary and a new rule put in place. And then the non-complying activities are again things that we really don't want to see in the rural production zone. Next slide. So there was there was 38 original submissions and then 23 further submissions, but it actually, and then there were a lot of submissions on the definitions and the nesting tables, because the definitions and the nesting tables really drive whether you're a primary production, really drive what activity status you are. So they were quite a lot of submissions, and I do apologise for the length of the report, but there were sort of in total about 500 submission points. So yes, if we just next slide.
Denise, we're pretty fine with your report. It's a big subject area, so yeah, and we're sort of yeah, I suppose really appreciating the detail that's in there. So yeah, it's a lot of reading, but it's important to cover things appropriately. So thank you for that.
So the key issues were really about the overall purpose and intent of, and these are outlined in my report, the chapter itself. So that was explaining the objectives. The next issue was around people wanting where they were classed as incompatible activities to be seen as more of a compatible activity. So an example of that was educational facilities were seen as non-complying, and both the Green School and the Ministry of Education submitted that those should be discretionary rather than non-complying. Managing large-scale activities and reverse sensitivity. Again, there were some submissions around mining, better management of mining. The rules were either too onerous, stringent, or unclear. I think that's quite explanatory. The effect standards, so the Rural Production Zone has a number of effect standards, and the ones that sort of got the most airtime were the amount of residential buildings that you can build as of right on a site. So there were a number of submissions on that. Iwi wanted to see more visibility around in the chapter about protection of sites of significance to Māori. Next slide. The airport put in a submission around wanting a non-complying status rule for residential area that was around the airport. And I'll talk about that in my later slide. The Tegel Foods submitted quite heavily on new provisions for poultry farming, and that was around to provide for free-range chicken farming. DOC and Taranaki Maunga project submitted on the keeping of goats. And Heavy House Movers submitted on relaxing the relocated building, the activity status, which I recommended that it was relaxed from a controlled activity to permitted activity with some standards. And as I've outlined before, there was quite a lot of submissions on definitions. So the main definitions that were, there was quite a lot of, we had the incorrect definition for mining. So I recommended that the PDT adopt the RMA definition. It seemed to have its own definition. I'm not quite sure where that came from. And also we had two duplicate definitions for indoor primary production and indoor intensive, I just have to get the wording right. Yeah, it was intensive primary production, was duplicated the definition of the planning standards definition of intensive indoor primary production. So I recommended that we delete the definition for intensive primary production. And again, the nesting tables, they were had been presented in a way that caused confusion for submitters. And so in my appendix 1, I suggested that they go to like a 3-column table instead of just a 1-column table to show the relationship, better show the relationship that actually intensive indoor primary production is a subset of primary production and not actually a category on itself. And also I've suggested free range pig farming and also free range chicken farming were strangely in the rural industry nesting table, which I thought wasn't appropriate considering they are about raising of livestock. So I considered that they were should be in the primary production nesting table, so I've moved them up there. Next slide. So I've the next couple of slides are I've read the evidence that's been sent to us for this hearing, and I'm just going to talk a little bit about some of the outstanding issues. So, so tangata te whenua, we're concerned about how Te Ao Māori, their worldview is incorporated in the term plan character. I've made a number of recommendations in my section 42A report to replace the term predominant character with the word plan character. And tangata whenua are concerned about how they are part of this plan character. Again, the objective, that really large objective, objective 4, which describes the rural character, is silent on the presence of natural features, historic heritage, marae and Māori purpose activities. So they've asked that that be put in as another bullet point to that. Māori also want to see that that same phrase reflected in the policies, and they want the evidence also says that I rejected the need for a new policy in my report to promote the protection and enhancement and restoration of Indigenous biodiversity. It's my opinion that that's adequately covered in the eco chapter, and again through the evidence they saying no, that it should also be, there should also be an encouraging policy also in the rural production zone. Next slide. In relation to the goat control layer, so I have recommended that there's a rule about keeping of goats, and I have recommended that that be increased from a controlled activity to a restricted discretionary activity. So that was accepted by the Department of Conservation. They now, and with Ngāti Mutanga as well, have suggested that the goat control layer, which I've shown you is only around the national park boundary, should include Paraninini Forest, which in hearing 5 we heard from Mr. O'Carroll, which is again a really big restoration project. It's to the north of Tongapurutu, sort of, Mount Messenger area. I'm sure you'd know the area well, Commissioner Daish. And also Ngāti Mutanga have identified 2 other areas where they also think should have this goat control layer and this rule attached. The energy companies have submitted that they want to see more of a focus, greater recognition of energy activities. Just noting that in the energy chapter, the rural production zone is the only area where energy exploration and production does and can take place, and it is a full discretionary activity. Horticulture in New Zealand, they submitted on, there's an effect standard around the gross floor area of the building, which is now 250 square meters, and they provided some really helpful evidence, I thought, about their activities, and I invited them in my section 42A report to tell me exactly how big their buildings are. So it's about greenhouses, and also they're also concerned about crop support structures, and I really didn't know what they were, so I'm looking forward to hearing their evidence so I can understand a little bit better whether I have or haven't provided for their activity. as I've talked about earlier, I did recognise that there is the submission from NZ Pork alerted me to the fact that there is a range of pig farming activities, which ranges from extensive outdoor pig farming, and then you have outdoor pig farming, and then indoor pig farming. And so I did change the nesting tables around, but I'm unsure if I've really provided for their industry. So I'm looking forward to hearing their evidence as well. And the last, the duplication of the building rules is an issue that was brought up by Ms. Johnson, and I am still quite, I'm interested in hearing her point of view. I'm still a little bit confused about that issue. So so next slide.
Just on that point, Denise, Christine, in the back of my mind, I think Helen Johnson's asked to be excused from actually appearing. She felt that her matters had been dealt with, but Christine, could you just double check on that? And if there is some uncertainty there, perhaps we do need to ask Ms. Johnson to talk to us, but there may be another hearing. We've got about 4 or 5 we're planning for at the moment. So Christine, if you could double check that and just get back to Denise and Helen about that, if it's appropriate.
No problem.
Okay, next slide. Just in relation to the submission from the New Plymouth Airport, on the 1st of February, so like 2 days before so recently the council has actually purchased some of the land that was that may have been the subject of the request for the for a rule around the airport. So that's not either in my report or in Mr. Howell's evidence, Mr. Edwards' evidence. So he, in his evidence, he was asking for, initially in his in the submission from the New Plymouth Airport, they were asking for a non-complying rule. He's now considered that perhaps a restricted activity rule for residential buildings around the area would be applicable. He let me know that the airport had actually, or the council who owns the airport, had purchased some of that land. So I'm looking forward to hearing whether he still thinks there needs to be any planning provisions in the further planning provisions in the PDP, or whether that purchase has enabled the airport to do what they need to do without having a specific rule. Again, there's one submitter again still talking about a private landowner wanting to increase the number of residential units that are allowed as of right. That's the effect standard S5, and both the Green School and the Ministry of Education are again still seeking a discretionary activity status for educational facilities. I think that's, next slide, I think that's, yes, me, thank you.
Denise, we've just seen this morning an addendum to your report, a couple of discrete issues. You just want to cover those off?
They were quite minor. One of them was a terrible, grasp of the English language, where instead of saying formally, we changed the name of to reflect the change in name through the settlement, proposed settlement to Taranaki Maunga, the name of the national park, and instead of saying formerly the Egmont National Park. I used the wrong word. I used formerly. Anyway, it's just minor, but it does
Minor,
actually speak to, it was the wrong word. And the other thing was again Miss Johnson's submission, where she had 2 submission points, and they were related to the height in relation to into buildings and structures, and I applied them to the boundary setbacks in ERA, and that was not in the scope of her submission. I just got quite confused.
Okay.
So,
Thanks
2
for
minor
those.
matters.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you for both those. I do have a few questions, but we'll deal with those. Well, Kat, I've got a few questions marked up in Denise's report. I wonder whether we should just deal with those now. Yes, okay. Do you want to start, or do you want me to?
No, you head off. You're obviously chomping at the bit to get underway, Steve. So
okay. I've already asked a question about that mining being 10% of business units. On your page 16, Denise, you have this graph about, which I think literally shows the rising numbers of building applications in the rural zone and then dropping off. So that trend is the result of the Plan Change 27 changes. Is that the way it's eventuated?
Yeah, that is the way I think it's eventuated. I'm unsure. I could check with that. So in the original Section 32 report, the figures just went to 2018.
Yes.
So we just ran the same figures.
Yes.
And we can see that there's been a further decline. But again, I think it was just trying to say that the major things that are triggered are in relation to erection of buildings.
Yes.
So it was just to show that. But, sorry, what was your question? And I can.
No, look, I'm just. It seems to me, and you can confirm that Plan Change 27 has resulted in a response for a maximum of 140 buildings in the rural environment area in 2013 as a peak, down to closer to 60 now. So is your opinion that that's the effect of Plan Change 27 changes?
I'm unsure. Sorry, I'd have to really check back with have a look at the consent. It could be a number of reasons.
Okay.
It could be economic. It could be, I mean, Plan Change 27. I think what you're trying to, it did really restrict the number of buildings you could build as of right. So maybe people have accepted that now, and they are not putting in consent applications. But I'd need to check really just to see if that is the case. But logically, that would seem to be the case.
Okay, thank you. Page 68. This is the perennial Wakakote and or grammar lesson that they're putting us through. I noticed that you kept that term in some places. So are you comfortable that the context and the grammar's been worked through?
Page 68.
Yes, there's a table at the top of your
Oh, okay, yeah. To include and or. Yes, it was to deliver. It's a case. So that was a submission from NPDC itself, and it was to include whether you may have met one of the matters where it does not comply with admitted activity standard 1, but can comply with 2. So in that case, I think and/or is providing for both those. I know it's not great drafting, but in this case, I think it's appropriate drafting.
Thank you. Paragraph 400 on page 87. So this minor change to add stock loading races, I've just been looking at some scope decisions that I think Judge Smith has just released in Northland around the Northern Regional Plan. And my initial reading is that he's basically telling us as decision makers that unless specific words have been asked for, don't even try to bring them in. And he was, so I'm just really just checking scope there, Denise.
Yeah, I saw it more as a consequential amendment.
Right.
But I agree, there were no submissions on that point, and it was just something that I thought may be helpful.
But there was scope to put into the into another chapter that you're just.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's.
It seemed illogical that you would allow it in one area, and then the biggest zone that actually does have a lot of stock loading races then doesn't provide for the stock loading yards.
Okay.
So it just seemed, yeah, but no, there was no scope, there was no submission on that.
But minor technical amendments. So yeah, we'll have to be careful about all of those. Obviously, just making the note that recent, I think it was a Federated Farmers case, which I read recently, which seemed to be very, very strict on scope, which just remind us that scope is scope, so we can't make things up as decision makers. But we'll look at the consequential issue there. I'm looking at your page 89, paragraph 411. And this is a particular issue about shoulder belts on boundaries that is a bit of an issue here in Hawke's Bay. Is there any setback from boundaries for planting shelter belts? Or can you build straight up to the fence? Plant straight up to the fence?
I'll just have to check the plan for that. The setbacks are about, so there is a rule around minimum setbacks, but it's for buildings and structures.
Yes.
So I'm unsure whether a shelter belt is a structure.
Okay.
But I can confirm that. I'd just like to say that this rule's never been triggered.
Yes.
So I'm not quite sure why. Either people are just building these things and not knowing that they need consent, or planting these things and not knowing they need consent, or it's really not an issue.
Yes. We've got a lot of horticulture all around our Heretaunga Plains here, Denise, and it's a neighbour dispute thing about how close you plant your shoulder belts, which, and it relates to my question earlier on about climate change and land use changes. I follow the climate change science pretty closely. I do, from what I understand, is that we're going to be seeing more of the sorts of crops that might be grown in the East Coast coming over to the West Coast because of just different needs and different climates. So yeah, just as you come back to me on that, just it's a big issue here. Causes a lot of neighbour disputes. I think we have a 5 metre setback for shoulder belts, which does take quite a lot of land out of production. So that's that one. Just two more. Again, this is an issue on, 137, top of page 137, and it's that affects it's a matter of discretion that we've asked you all to have a look at. And there's just at the top there seems to be some rewording which most of the 42A reporting officers are picking up on to clarify that matter of discretion just at the top there.
Yeah.
Again, I think we've asked Ms. Wallace to address us in another hearing just about ensuring that we're safe in terms of changing these things with or without scope, and how we might do that. So what's your view there? I take it there's no scope to actually add those particular words.
No, they're consequential amendments again.
Consequential amendments, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Right, so that's everything I have for you that I've marked up. Thank you, Denise. Perhaps unless Kit has any consequentials, we'll move on to Louise. No,
Can I ask a couple of questions while we've got Denise on the in the witness box? I just had two things I wanted to clarify, Denise. Your paragraph 361 talks about the Green School and your position on that, which I understand. You've said there that any variations to the Green School resource consent would be processed as a non-complying activity. You've referenced rule R33, and I think as a first point, I think you must be meaning R34. Could you just clarify that for me?
Sorry, I'll just have to check the...
R33 is for supermarkets. So unless the Green School was going to be building a supermarket there as well, I don't think.
No, sorry, that's an error on my...
All right.
Yeah.
R34 is for...
Sorry, Commissioner, I think in the, Ms. Wallace here, in the notified plan, R33 is educational facilities.
Yeah, I thought that must have been the case. Yeah. No, that's just it's changed there as the reporting recommendations have changed. If it's just a use of the term variation. I mean, my understanding is that if you hold a resource consent and you want to vary it and it comes within the scope of your consent as truly a variation as a matter of fact and degree, then it's actually a discretionary activity. The plan doesn't take that away with that particular proposition though, does it?
I might get Ms. Wallace to comment on that.
That's my understanding, Commissioner.
So that rule would apply, however, if the Green School went outside the scope of its consent and if it wanted to make changes that weren't truly a variation. That's what we're talking about, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay, cool. All right, thank you for that. The other matter I wanted to just have a chat to you about and is about goats. Now, I'll confess I have no particular affection for these ungulates, probably because they butted me in a sensitive part when I was a young boy. But the questions I'm really interested in is more a matter of planning principle to some extent, because the way I understand you've crafted the controlled activity rule is you've got a very, very specific fencing standard to be met. And so if the fencing standard wasn't met, for example, then it would effectively default to a restricted discretionary activity anyway, wouldn't it?
Yes, that's my understanding. I suppose my my thinking behind it was is it the right signal to send that the keeping of goats within, a park which has had the national park which has had significant pest control. Like it's an amazing feat, and I'm sure that the Department of Conservation will tell you how hard it is, the amount of effort they put in to rid the park of the ungulates, the goats. is that still appropriate? That, should it not be a restricted discretionary activity, which is saying that possibly the keeping of goats is not a good idea?
Well, my understanding of the theory about using the status of activities as traffic lights is that if that was the signal you wanted to send, then non-complying or prohibitive would be the correct signal. I mean, I don't know. I mean, presumably you've got to get it through a 32 assessment that says that it's appropriate to make it restricted discretionary, which means that in some instances, if you cannot comply with an industry accepted fencing standard, it's still not appropriate to keep goats in this location. So what would be the circumstances that would trigger that outcome? When would a proposed goat farm within 2 kilometres of the park that still intends to use industry-best fencing should not be allowed to proceed? What would be the grounds for that?
I'm not a goat expert, and I don't understand the incidences. Like, I'm not understanding. I think there'd be a good question to ask the doc expert evidence. I'm not quite sure, like, the reading that I did do about goats was based on the biosecurity plan for the Taranaki Regional Council, who have not even tried to control. Goats are not a pest because of the problem of not actually being able to contain them. So I'm unsure whether even within that fencing, whether a particularly skillful goat could still escape the fencing. So I think the restricted discretionary activity was there to really, again, signpost that I feel that a controlled activity is it just, you look at the fencing, you go, oh, that's okay, so that can continue. But if a landowner was not, I mean, you're quite right. If the landowner couldn't provide the fencing, then they or wasn't willing to have that level of fencing, but still wanted to keep goats, then they would be restricted discretionary. But I just wanted the starting point to be restricted discretionary. I can understand your point, though.
Are you aware of how many controlled activity consents have been granted for goat farming?
No, I can find that out.
These are questions I'll to talk to the department about. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't in any way want this to be seen as a signal that I think everyone should have some goats in the back paddock. But one of the first cases I ever did involved fencing standards for deer adjacent to some significant bush areas down in the Western Bay district. So, and that was a major contest between deer farmers and forest and birds, simply to establish some appropriate standards. Because I think the point you made was that you can have all of the fencing standards in the world. It just takes one goat, one wily athletic goat to get over the fence and into the park, and it's all on again to some extent. So I guess I'd just like you to reflect on whether if the risk profile is that high, and that's where I think I'd need a bit more evidence on, whether we're even in the right ball game making it restricted discretionary. Anyway, that's something I'll probably tease out a little bit more with Doc and be interested to talk to you about at the end of the hearing. Thanks, Denise. That's all I had.
Thank you, Kit. Louise. Turn your speaker on, Louise.
Whoops, sorry. Okay, so rural lifestyle zone. Key resource management issues for the rural lifestyle zone were the protection of the productive rural landscapes and rural character within the rural environment from lifestyle fragmentation, the demand for rural lifestyle living. Clearly the subdivision data and small lots being created highlighted there was a demand, And the third key issue was providing adequate land in the right location for the rural lifestyle living. And that's been a key component of the rural lifestyle zone and the proposed plan as we've developed it. Next slide, please. So again, you probably can't read all of this, but this is the objectives for the rural lifestyle zone. The first one's about ensuring the rural lifestyle zone is predominantly used for rural lifestyle living activities. And the proposed plan created a definition for rural lifestyle living activities. And this is not a definition that's in the National Planning Standard. This is a definition we created. The second objective is about ensuring the predominant character of the rural lifestyle zone is maintained, and this objective sets out what the predominant character is that we are trying to maintain. The third objective is about ensuring the role, function and predominant character of the rural lifestyle zone is not compromised by incompatible activities. And the fourth objective is about ensuring the adverse effects of activities are managed to maintain the rural lifestyle character and amenity. Next slide, please. Okay, so this briefly just goes through, again, like Denise did, the rule framework for the rural lifestyle zone. And again, this is notified version of the rule framework and activity statuses. So we've got, on this first slide, we've got permitted activities. So these are under the compatible activities we would see in the zone. Next slide, please. And this just details the discretionary, which are the potentially incompatible activities. And again, like the rural production zone, we've got a catch-all rule for anything that's not listed. It becomes a discretionary activity. And then we've got our incompatible, which is under our policy P3, which is the non-complying activities for the rural lifestyle zone. So these are the kind of things that could have a big impact on the rural lifestyle character of the zone. Next slide, please. So in total, there were 32 original submissions to the rural lifestyle zone, and 7 further submissions were received on the rural lifestyle chapter. And 2 submissions were received on the definition on rural lifestyle living, and those 2 submissions supported the definition. Next slide, please. So these are just briefly the key issues that the submissions raised. So the first point is the overall purpose and intent of the rural lifestyle zone chapter. So essentially here there was general support for the rural lifestyle chapter. There was no opposition to the objectives. There were submissions in support of the objectives, and then there was some support in part which were minor wording tweaks or consequential changes to the objective wording. This also looked at some general submissions on the amount of land that the rural lifestyle chapter zoned rural lifestyle. So this addressed the general submissions. These submissions weren't specifically asking for additional areas. They were just saying that they thought we needed more rural lifestyle. The actual submissions on the actual areas and additional areas requested to be rural lifestyle is going to be dealt with in the rezoning chapter. There were some submissions on providing for a broader range of activities to establish in the rural lifestyle zone. And these were from fire and emergency services, educational facilities, oil and gas, and intensive indoor primary production. And these were about tweaks to the activity statuses for these rules. There were some submissions which I've grouped into other rules, and this relates, the key one here is probably the building activity rules, which Denise has already discussed, which relates to Helen Johnson's submission. So Ms. Young and I have got a consistent approach to our answers on that. There was quite a few submissions on the effects standards for the rural lifestyle zone. There was one on maximum structure height. There was one on minimum building setbacks, which all the submitters had suggested was too large and didn't enable a dwelling to be built without a resource consent being obtained. There was a submission on Papakāinga housing requesting that that rule had no maximum floor area. There was a submission on landscaping, fencing, and then there was quite a few submissions on the driveway right-of-way effect standards and the type of surfacing that the rule allowed, and the submissions were requesting that metalling driveways, right-of-ways in the rural lifestyle zone should be considered. Then there were submissions on keeping of goats. I won't go into that in too much detail because Miss Young has already covered that in her chapter. In the rural lifestyle zone, I'll just say that the submitter was DOC, where in the rural production there were several submitters. However, we have aligned the changes to the rural lifestyle zone with all the changes to the rural production, so they're consistent. There were submissions around relaxing the activity status for relocated buildings to change this to permitted activities. There was then some submissions which I've grouped under tangata whenua, and this relates to strengthening the relationship of tangata whenua throughout the rural lifestyle chapter, and making stronger links to section 6 of the RMA. And then there was suggested wording in RLZ P7, policy 7. And then there was just a few consequential changes that have come through from other hearings and other chapters. Next slide, please. So this leads me to the outstanding issues for the rural lifestyle zone based on the evidence that has come in, which I have read through all of it. So again, there's the outstanding issues with keeping of goats, which I won't go into again because Ms. Young's discussed. There is a diagram for effect standard RLZ S3, which is height in relation to boundary. Now, this has come from Helen Johnson, and in her evidence, she has made an error in her submission, and she was incorrectly referring to which effect standard she thought the diagram was missing. So we're clear on that now. Again, there's the building activities matter to be resolved with the same rules that go across rural production, and that again relates to Helen Johnson's submission, where she is requesting they be deleted. There is planned character versus predominant character discussion again, and linking that back to tangata whenua concerns, which Denise has already touched on. And then with the tangata whenua provisions, again, it comes down to wording. So, and I'm really keen to hear from tangata whenua, because in their submission, they provided where they thought the gaps were, and then in the evidence, which has been really good, they've provided some suggested wording. So I'm really keen to hear how those two line up. And we can have some good discussions on that. And then again, with P7, it comes down to wording, whether we use the word encourage or provide. So again, I'm looking forward to hearing what they have to say on that. Next slide, please. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I've already touched on that one. Next slide. And do you want me to briefly go through my addendum for the rural lifestyle zone?
Yes, please, for that one. Yes, thank you. Thanks, Louise.
Okay, so there's just a few minor errors in the rural lifestyle zone. The first one relates to RLZ S6 Papakainga housing. So in the Appendix 1, the officer's recommended amendments, it's shown correctly, and I've struck through the maximum floor area of the 450. However, in paragraph 295 in my section 42A report, the strike through is missing. So just highlighting what is the correct version, which is the Appendix 1. The second thing is in relation to Rule RLZ R29, relocation of a building. And okay, so in Appendix 1, it again correctly shows that this matter infrastructure requirements has been deleted. However, again, in my section 42A, the deletion was missed. And the other thing that Ms. Young and I just wanted to raise, that our section 42A missed the reason for the deletion of this infrastructure requirements and where it's come from, which submitter. So that is detailed in the addendum. And again, the same as the rural production, the formerly and the formerly typo was carried over to the rural lifestyle zone. And in relation to rule RLZ standard S2 minimum building setbacks, in my 42A report at paragraph 388, I outlined that the 2 submission points were received from Johnson Resource Management Limited. And as the terms are interchangeable throughout the district plan, e.g. the height in relation to boundary standards, there is an error in Appendix 1 where I applied this same rule. It's carried across, but sorry, there was no scope for me to make this amendment, so that shouldn't have been made, so that's an error. And then one more minor error, it's related to Appendix 2, and TRTR was submission point 459.374. The Appendix 1 and the section 42A wording didn't align, and I've correctly copied it across. So the error is in the Appendix 1 officer's recommendations, and so in this addendum I've put across the correct wording. So the correct wording should show that we have kept provide and that we've accepted their submission in part. So that's and just a brief summary of the addendum for the rural lifestyle zone.
Thank you, Louise. And Christine, just to confirm, those addendum items, they'll go up on the website alongside the section 42A or in the slot for the section 42A report. Is that right?
Yes, that's right, Stephen.
Thank you. Look, I think I've just got a couple of clarification questions, Louise. But I think we'll take a break for a cup of tea and a convenient stop. So if we return at 10:45, we'll go through that then. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Louise. I just had a couple of questions for you about some of the diagrams in your evidence. I just find the ones in question. Oh, before we go there, at paragraph 122 of your 42A report, page 24.
Yep.
So this is about the potential lots that could be created. It's this range of 104 to 181, which is, I think we also discussed in the subdivision chapter, and Kit was on that chapter. So that depends on the size of lot, minimum lot you're assuming. Is that right?
It does, yes. I'm just trying to think if I put the diagram in here. So that relates because you could have a 4,000 square meter lot with a 1 hectare balance, or you could have 1 hectare lot. So that's why there is a range.
Yes.
Yes, correct.
Okay. That's not a huge, in planning terms, it's not a significant opportunity for rural lifestyle. Would you agree with that?
Yes, so that has been deliberate. It is intentionally a small, tight zone. The rural lifestyle zone is not intended to be used for growth purposes, for example, our housing capacity. So while it's been included in our housing and business capacity work we've done, the rural lifestyle zone has been included in that work, but the rural lifestyle zone capacity is not counted towards growth because it's plan enabled capacity. It's not infrastructure ready, so it cannot be counted as yield, and it has intentionally being kept like that. So the purpose of this zone is to allow for a small amount of lifestyle living, and while there is a small potential for subdivision, that's not the main driver of the zone.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Your diagram on page 47, where you're talking about Mr. and Mrs. Godwin's submission. Could you, or someone perhaps bring that up? Because I just want to make sure I understand your what you're telling us here.
Yep, that's fine. Is Christine able to bring up the rural lifestyle zone section 42A report?
Yeah, okay, bear with me, Louise. Just so you want the actual section 42A report brought up.
Yes, please, because there's a diagram on page 47.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay, just go down.
There we go. So just talk us through what you're showing us here, Lauren.
Okay, so this is a diagram of Peter and Joanna Goodwin's property. They have a split zoning. The split zoning is between general residential with the Carrington Structure Plan Development Area overlay on it, and the rest of their property is zoned rural lifestyle. So what this diagram is also showing that on the edges of their property two significant natural areas, and you'll see there's a little insert up the top, and that little insert up the top is a highlight of the white box. down the
Okay.
bottom.
Yes.
So what it's trying to say is showing what proportion of their property that's zoned rural lifestyle could it still be developed, because what they were trying to say is the setbacks were not working. And so this is what this diagram is trying to show, how much area could be developed if we applied the revised 10-metre setback that we're proposing to change in RLZS2.
Okay. You think that does provide them some opportunity by the look of things?
Yes, and they also have the option to apply for the second lot under the new eco rule that has eco R6, because otherwise they would only be able to have the one lot in that
Yes.
rural lifestyle zone proportion of their land.
Yes, so that Eco R6 has been recommended by Ms. Macbeth in the.
That's correct, yes. Yeah, so
yes.
yeah, so there would be the opportunity for that bit to have 2 lots under the rural lifestyle zone under the Eco R6.
Okay, thank you for that. And just following up on, so we can perhaps go to page 62. This is in relation to Kit's pet goat topic. Again, I just couldn't actually read that, Louise. I couldn't actually.
Okay, yep, so shall I talk you through it?
Yeah, mate, the key was just too small. Maybe we can just blow that up. I've got a printed out version here.
Yes, that hasn't come through very clear. Okay, so what this is showing is I did an exercise to see which rural lifestyle areas would be triggered with this keeping of goat rules and which ones apply to. The only one it applies to is the Surrey Hill Road one. And so this is showing that there is a very tiny proportion of the Surrey Hill rural lifestyle area currently within 2 kilometres of the Egmont National Park.
Okay. Yep. Yes. Thank you for those clarifications. And probably it's because we're perhaps as a note to the team that we're interested in, we're really keen for you to show us examples in your 42-hour reports, but just perhaps blow them up a bit. So we're reading a lot of information. So Kit, did you have any questions for Louise before we move on to the next?
Yeah, I do. Thanks for that. Thanks, Louise. Just the picture on the screen there, it makes for quite a small goat farm, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, just to bear in mind with that there is also a submission on extending that rural lifestyle area. So if that was extended, that area would become larger.
Okay. The just on the goat thing, I sort of had a bit of a chat with Denise about the goat thing. The way I just wanted to confirm whether it's an error. Where is it? If you go to your RLZ R11, or it may be intentional, I don't know. Your effect standard 2 is a reference to the rural production zone effect standards. Is that correct, or should it be a reference to the rural lifestyle zone standards?
Are you looking in the 42A?
42A Appendix 1, yeah, the recommended changes.
Appendix 1, hang on a second. I'll just bring that up. RLZ S11.
I think it's page 7 of your appendix.
Oh, yep, hang on. Sorry, I've got too many pages in front of me. And under point 8 you're referring to?
No, I'm in the rules.
In the rules R11.
Yep. RLZ R11. It's got, this is where the difference that you're showing is, there's 2 other changes. One is controlled to restricted discretionary, a different reference to Te Papakura o Taranaki, and then the second standard is a reference to the rural production zone effects standards, whereas all the other rules are a reference to the rural lifestyle zone effect standards.
Yes, that is an error, and that error has again been copied over into under the matters over which discretion is restricted under point 8 as well. They should both be rural lifestyle.
It should be the fixed standards are contained within the zone, aren't they? All right.
Correct. Yes, that's
right.
just an
I just
error.
thought there might have been some magic, but then you actually do have a standard for goat fencing anyway. So all right, that's good. That's maybe something you can think about tidying up. The only other thing I was interested in really was the 32 report. Did you prepare the 32 report for the zone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. There's in the executive summary, and it was one of the first things I sort of underlined, was there was a reference to an analysis of subdivision trends clearly indicates that there is a demand for rural lifestyle living. And I just wanted to get a bit more of a sense as to what was the sort of information you referred to assess whether there was a demand for this.
Yep. From memory, I think there are some graphs and details in the section 32 that detail this. So it was looking at subdivision data. So subdivision consent data, pre-plan change 27, the rural environment subdivision rules allowed for 1,000 and 2,000 square metre small lot subdivision in the rural environment area. And the reasoning behind this was to essentially allow for that rural lifestyle type living. And we just saw a huge amount of these consents being granted and happening. And we were just having, you could drive down, I could give you lots of examples of rural roads. You'll drive down them and you will look like you're in a rural lifestyle zone. It's just happened everywhere. We had all the small lots. So that led to saying that there's this demand for them. However, while there's a demand, we also had to assess where it was appropriate they were occurring, because, for example, where they have already occurred wasn't appropriate. So that led to, yes, there's demand, but we want to make them in the right location. So that's why they then became limited areas.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know. The 8 areas that you've zoned, as I work out, you've got a total land area for RLZ of about 314 hectares. You go on in the 42A, let me find it, to say that you expect that depending on the lot size of either 4,000 square meters to 1 hectare, there's a potential yield of 104 to 181 lots. Is that additional lots over and above what's already within the RL zones that are shown in the plan, or is that total lots?
That's subdivision potential that could happen now. For example, some of the areas will actually have very limited subdivision potential because they are already subdivided down to lifestyle size. So that's new lots that could be created if all those 8 areas were rezoned rural lifestyle now.
But some of these areas, as I understood, have already been created by way of resource consent into lots of this size anyway. What's the net increase that's estimated, or is that not really been analysed?
That really hasn't been looked into. I could look into that if you were interested in finding out.
I recall a conversation about this back in the strategic directions hearing. I might have some more notes on it, but yeah, I'm just interested in looking at what we're actually talking about here, because if all you're doing is zoning to reflect what's actually happened historically, not actually making any provision here for additional, then I think really it's just a change in the colour on the map rather than actually making provision for the future. So I would be quite useful to hear that. Look, I appreciate it's probably more relevant to the actual zoning hearings that when we get to.
So would you like that, for example, broken down into each lifestyle area? Because some of them have lots of potential in terms of yield and subdivision, and others I could probably tell you have very limited or none.
Okay.
So I could break that down for the rezoning, or would you like it for this hearing?
Well, it depends how much work's involved, Louise. If it's something you can get to by the end of the hearing, then that would be great. If not, I'd expect we'd be asking these sorts of questions in the zoning hearing anyway, just to get a sense of it.
I can see what we can do, and if not, I can probably get it for the written right of reply if I can't get it for the verbal one.
Well, that'd be helpful. One of the things that I wanted to ask you about is your view on the potential for these RLs, the rural lifestyle zone, to actually be a barrier to future urban expansion. Do you see that once you change the land use patterns down to 4,000 square metre lots or a hectare lots that are well settled for rural lifestyle, that the prospect of that actually becoming future urban, it becomes a lot harder?
I see the rural lifestyle and the future urban as two separate zones. We assess them quite differently. We don't envision the rural lifestyle to, for example, turn into future urban. That was never the intention. And that hopefully is come through strongly in the policy framework for the rural lifestyle zone, because we made incompatible / non-complying residential type subdivision in the rural lifestyles to prevent that. We sort of view it as the way that we assess, for example, one of the rural lifestyle areas, the Okato one, used to be what we called a FUD in the operative district plan, and it got reviewed for future urban zone, and it was determined that it was actually more suitable for rural lifestyle. So the work has been done together, but we don't envision the rural lifestyle areas turning into future urban zones, and they certainly have not taken any demand or any areas away from being future urban zones, so that all the assessments were done together and quite carefully considered.
I mean, the reason I ask is that it certainly has been the experience around Auckland that once you get to these rural lifestyle, it's now been actually named the countryside living zone, it effectively creates a barrier to urban expansion, simply because the land use patterns change and it becomes very, very difficult to do a comprehensive redevelopment once you've got multiple titles. So I guess the question, and again, it's probably more relevant to the rezoning hearing, do you see the locations where you've co-located your future urban zones adjacent to your rural lifestyle zones that you might actually be shooting yourself in the foot? For example, you might actually be giving away the potential for an easy expansion of a future urban zone by actually creating a rural lifestyle zone adjacent to it and thus creating a barrier to its expansion?
I don't think so, because an example I can see of where those two are side by side is the Frankley Road area. There's rural lifestyle fuzz, and the boundaries between the two have been carefully considered, and they relate to the topography of the land. So, for example, the boundary between what was rural lifestyle and what was future urban zone, we looked at what could be developed, you know, and the larger bits or the unsuitable bits for future urban zone create natural boundaries. So I believe we've considered this quite carefully and thoroughly.
All right, no, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. I was interested in your Appendix 1 to the 32 report, and then you revisit it later in the 42A report, where you go through the various criteria that were developed to ascertain these, whether land was suitable for this zone. And it's quite helpful. In in the submissions that have been seeking rezoning to rural lifestyle zone, have they, for the most part, tried to refer back to these criteria to show why their land or the land proposed by their submission is suitable for this particular zone typology?
Some of them have.
Okay.
Some of them, it's depending on whether they were put in by, for example, a surveyor, or if they were just put in by a mum and dad submitter. So there is varying degrees of referring back to the criteria.
Okay. I mean, again, it's a matter for the rezoning hearing, but I guess it's something to get out in the open. Parties who are going to be seeking to expand the rural lifestyle zone, would you agree that they would be best to focus their evidence on those criteria to provide a strong basis for you to consider that proposition?
Yes, I would, and I would say that that same criteria is what has been used for assessing the submissions in the rezoning hearing.
Okay.
So consistent.
All right. Well, that's good to hear. Okay. The last matter I just wanted to have ask you a question about this 11 Ruru Lane case. I know we brought up your 42A report. I've brought it up in the e-plan itself.
Yep.
And if I understand what you're saying, the property owner has, within that portion of their site that's zoned rural lifestyle living, still got an opportunity that's not constrained by SEA overlay to create 2 lots. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. The planning maps show running right through this area a pathway connection. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, that's in the Carrington structure plan. Yes, that actually is going to be addressed in the structure plan development area hearing next week, because they have submitted on the same submitter has submitted on that in that hearing.
All right, I'm not onto that. I'm not into that file yet.
Okay.
So, okay, well, we can talk about that then. All right, that's all I wanted to question you about for that one. But I understand your logic there around the setback and how it would still enable a couple of building sites within there. Yeah. Okay, thanks, Louise. That's helpful.
Louise, a couple of things. The first one is I recall that Nicola Lawrenson did give us some further information around each of these eight areas in the subdivision chapter. So in terms of Kit's question about asking for some more detail, just in the back of my mind, I think Nicola might have been
subdivision. Yeah.
Already looked at that. So maybe you've chatted to Nicola about that.
Yeah, I will do. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for your very clear and helpful answers to our questions. It's most appreciated. So are we moving to Todd to deal with the next one, or are you doing that, Louise?
No, Todd will be speaking to this now.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Commissioners. And just further to my introduction. So although I'm a little bit long in the tooth, I am the new kid on the block in terms of the whole district plan review process in these hearings. So I guess just apologies in advance if I guess the presentation and material that I'm presenting is covering matters that you've already considered. I've been assisted in terms of writing the fuzz report by Louise and Denise and Sarah. So there has definitely been some team support in terms of the Section 42A report and recommendations. So the slides that I'm going to speak to in terms of the district plan review, the key resource management issues for the future urban zone was the identification provision of adequate land and that land being in the right location for growth. Obviously, this is now very much part and parcel of the National Policy Statement for Urban Development. Safeguarding this land for future urban growth. So this fuzz zone is quite a, I guess, bespoke or distinct zone in the sense that it is a zone which identifies the existing character being rural, but it signals that it's intended to be urbanized. So we've had to move away a little bit in terms of using references to the planned character, because the planned character is going to change over time, in theory, with a plan change and structured plan process to enable urbanisation to occur through those identified areas. But very much the way that the fuzz zone has been developed through the objectives, policies and rural mechanisms is to essentially maintain a low density and rural character with those areas at the moment. So part of that obviously is also avoiding residential subdivision and development creep into those areas. So as we talk through some of the rural mechanisms, they are very restrictive, and they do borrow quite significantly from the rural production and rural lifestyle provisions in terms of the approach and provisions for permitted activities. If we can have the next slide, please. So one of the key things to note with the fuzz is that while it is a new zone for the proposed district plan, it has adopted, and it's been heavily based on the future urban development overlay provisions, which were operative provisions within the operative district plan. So whereas the operative district plan provided an overlay over the rural areas that were identified for future urban development, through the proposed district plan process, that overlay has been dispensed with, and the new fuzz zone has been implemented or proposed instead. The fuzz zone seeks to identify and safeguard those areas for potential urbanisation, basically on the fringe of the existing urban areas. The key provision for those areas is to provide for the long-term land supply, and I am aware that that matter has been addressed through the earlier hearings in terms of the strategic directions for the proposed plan. As I've already said, it's designed to maintain a predominant rural land use and character. And one of the new provisions within the fuzz zone is it essentially provides a framework for what that rezoning and structure plan process should look like in terms of contemplating a move from the fuzz zone to an urban zone. That slide there is the objectives for the fuzz, and as we've noted in the earlier slides, these are the objectives as notified with the proposed district plan. So these aren't the ones that have now been assessed and put forward as part of the response to submissions. Essentially, it sets out that it's providing for the objective 1 refers to medium and long-term housing and industrial needs. That has been amended following the direction from the strategic directions hearing. Again, basically ensuring that when these areas are considered for rezoning, that it's undertaken in a comprehensive manner. I guess there is some concern that with these areas applying to quite large land areas with multiple owners, that there may be some owners who are motivated to pick off parts of the fuzz areas to enable some early urbanisation of small sections of the fuzz. And I guess what the fuzz is trying to promote is that there has to be a comprehensive and long-term strategic approach to the rezoning process. Basically, again, looking at the predominant rural character and the activities within and adjacent to the future urban zones do not compromise the ability to develop those areas for future urban growth purposes. Perhaps if we move on to the next slide. So again, this is just a list of the fuzz provisions, again, as notified. There has been quite a few changes recommended in the Section 42A report to the activity lists. But essentially what you can see there is that it's providing for residential units and agriculture, pastoral and horticultural activities, other activities associated with, I guess, rural lifestyle and living to be provided. There's been some discussion around petroleum prospecting, but that's part of the 42A report. also some discussion around the relocatable buildings, which is part of the rural production and rural lifestyle 42A reports as well. We can move to the next slide, please. A pretty small list of restricted discretionary activities there. Basically, and again, I guess the fuzz zone is quite a distinct zone in the sense that it is, its objective is to maintain a rural character and rural land use, but at the same time, having in mind that at some point that is likely to turn to an urbanisation, or be considered for urbanisation through a plan change process. So we have taken a slightly different approach in terms of the activity lists within the fuzz, as distinct from the full rural production or rural lifestyle activities. And we've got the discretionary rule there for any other activity which is not otherwise provided, so it's the catch-all rule. We can move to the next slide, please. We have quite a long list of non-complying activities. And again, that's really, I think, an attempt to control the nature and type of activities which may be contemplated or established within the fuzz areas. And again, very much trying to control land use so it doesn't compromise or foreclose the future options for urbanisation within those identified areas. If we can move to the next slide, please. So in terms of the submissions, sorry, I didn't have a summary of the number of submissions, but I can just speak to that from the 42A report. So we had 20 original submissions covering 78 submission points, with 8 further submissions covering 44 submission points. We've already noted that there is going to be a rezoning hearing. So there were a number of parties who were submitting on the matter of the future urban zone, but they will be addressed in the rezoning hearing, which is coming up. In terms of the key issues, one of the key issues for the fuzz was the recognition of tangata whenua values. And from my understanding and review of the early hearings reports and talking to the council planners and also some of the submitters, there is, I guess, an underlying concern expressed by iwi and hapu groups about the plan review process and how that has given effect to protecting and recognising tangata whenua values. So that has come through into the fuzz zone as well. There's been submissions in terms of the role and the function of the fuzz, and that's perhaps looking at the overall spatial extent and location of the fuzz areas which have been identified in the proposed plan. There have been some submissions around the provision for and the management of specific activities within the fuzz, and that's also including the relationship of the fuzz rural mechanisms to the other rural zone provisions, but also to the overlay chapters as well. And there's actually been quite a lot of work done around the consequential and formatting amendments and the linkages between the various zone chapters of the plan as well. Perhaps if we move to the next slide. Just in terms of, so I've reviewed the evidence which has been provided to this hearing, and that's been pre-circulated. And the first bullet there says no substantive issues arising from the submitted evidence. I just want to put a caveat on that. In terms of the submissions that we've received from iwi and hapu, I don't think there's been any substantial move away from the concerns that they've expressed regarding the review process. And I guess an overriding concern that the recognition and protection of sites is still not where the iwi and hapu groups would like it to be. In terms of the actual submission points and the evidence which we've received, there's also I guess a broad recognition that a fuzz zone or mechanism is an appropriate mechanism to identify and safeguard or future-proof identified areas for future urbanisation. So I think in principle, the fuzz zone is accepted as an appropriate mechanism. I guess it may come down to how it's actually implemented in the specific provisions within the FUZ. The evidence which we've received from Te Ātiawa does still highlight some concerns over the wording in one of the policies, which is FUZ P7. That's the policy in terms of the requirements or the framework for a future plan change and structure plan process and what that should look like. We've put forward recommendations in the 42A report for some alternative wording. I don't think we're too far apart, actually, and I think that there may be an opportunity for some discussions to be taken place and an opportunity to come back and provide some agreed wording to the commissioners. I would need to have a discussion with Te Ātiawa and the other hapu submitters on that, but my feeling on that is that we're not too far apart, and that we may be able to reach some agreed wording on that. As I said, there's a number of submitters who have raised issues around the actual spatial location and extent of the FUZ, and a lot of those will be addressed through the rezoning hearing. I also wish to note that Kāinga Ora have made some, I guess, comprehensive submissions across the whole of the district plan review process, and there have been submissions to the FUZ zone. And I guess a theme that's come up in earlier hearings whereby there was a concern that with the extent and provisions for the FUZ that was going to compromise, I guess, the emphasis on development and intensification within the existing urban areas. Now, in response to that, we have recommended and suggested a new policy, which is FUZ P8, in relation to the, I guess, the timing and the objective of the FUZ providing for long-term land supply. We were hoping that there would be some constructive discussion around that policy through submitted evidence in terms of the policy directive and the setting within and the new policy that we've put forward. Kāinga Ora have basically advised that they are comfortable with the 42A reports and recommendations across the rural production, lifestyle and the FUZ zones, and they won't be presenting any evidence. So we won't have the opportunity to hear evidence from Kāinga Ora in relation to the proposed policy. And there's been no other evidence in and around that policy. I guess just taking up the point that was raised earlier by Commissioner Daish, we do not have any submissions seeking that policy. So that policy is basically in response to changes and the discussion that was put forward at the strategic directions hearing. And again, it's trying to provide a directive or a policy framework in terms of the expectations as to how and when urbanisation may occur within those areas. So I do think that that's something that the commissioners need to be mindful of, in the sense that it is a new policy which has been proposed. I guess the first question is the scope in terms of that, and then the second matter was the substantive merits of the policy, and whether it, I mean, as I guess a group, in my own opinion, it was appropriate to put forward a policy to look at, I guess, the expectations around timing of how and when a rezoning process may be contemplated for those areas. I'm not sure whether there's another slide after that one, or was that the end of the slideshow? And that must be it. So I'm obviously available to answer questions on the 42A report and the matters that we've spoken to in terms of the PowerPoint presentation. And also, if I'm unable to provide a answer in terms of some of the background or the process leading to this point, then Louise and Denise will be able to help with that, hopefully, my commissioners.
Thank you for that, Todd. We'll go to Kit to see whether he has some questions.
Yeah. Thanks, Todd. That was good. I've got a few things I wanted to chat with you. Again, I suspect many of them are probably prefacing what we're going to be talking about a little bit more in the rezoning hearing, but I think I did want to get a bit more of a sense of this. The housing and business capacity assessment that was undertaken, are you familiar with the work that Property Economics have done?
Yes, I am, and also with the more recent update on that. So yes, I have reviewed that.
So as I read the update of that document, it was very much focused on infill and feasible development of zoned capacity within the city limits, wasn't it?
Yes, and then in terms of the long-term land supply, that's very much where it turns to the fuzz zone, and that's a key component of that, because there's 12,800 new houses which are anticipated across the fuzz zone in terms of that feasibility capacity. So that's very much providing a large chunk of that long-term land supply.
So you're satisfied that in terms of the fuzz zone, that putting the theoretical assessment aside, which is land area divided by lot size, that the fuzz zone has enough feasible development capacity for that long-term aspiration?
Yes and no. I think with the work that I've seen and the work that I've reviewed, there has obviously been quite a lot of work done in terms of identifying these areas and some preliminary work in terms of infrastructure constraints and opportunities. Definitely when I had a tour of all the fuzz areas, in particular I recall going up the Smart Road fuzz, that I was just quite taken that there's a very mixed topography through some of that area, and there's some quite large escarpments and gully areas, and looking at some of those areas, I did question in my mind how well they would be suited for future urbanisation. So the Smart Road area is quite a large tract of fuzz zone. Other areas, I think they would lend themselves to urbanisation without based on what we've got in front of us, without significant impediments. And I guess it's as time goes on and these areas are being considered, and there's that more in-depth assessment of the development constraints and opportunities, we may well find that some of those areas do drop out, and that would then require some amendments or resetting of some of those housing and business assumptions. And I would imagine that over time, some of those fuzz areas may need to be tweaked, basically.
Yeah, you weren't involved with the Section 32 reporting on the zone, were you?
Oh, no. My involvement with this process started at the end of last year.
You're a newbie. So in terms of preparing for this hearing, did you go back and have a look at Appendix 2 to the 32 assessment, where each of these future urban zones were described with for most of them, a theoretical feasible yield identified for them?
Yes, I did go back to the original 32.
Sorry?
Oh, sorry, yes, I did go back to the original 32. And I guess...
Are you familiar with how the author of this appendix determined what was feasible?
Not in any real detail. Through this review process, there has been some further auditing of those fuzz areas. But from what I've read and what I've seen, that's still been at a fairly high level level of assessment. Now, Louise may be able to comment further on that. So I don't want to just be limiting the answer to your questions to my knowledge.
So we've obviously had the housing and business capacity assessment done in 2019, and we had the follow-up housing capacity assessment done last year. Again, I was not the author of those assessments, but all the calculations on what was feasible has been undertaken using the property economics work, we've had an in-house person do the work, and she's done all the work using the criteria and requirements of the NPSUD. So anything that has been listed in that report as feasible is done using all the requirements of the NPSUD.
All right, no, that's helpful. That's good to know. Okay. Back to you, Todd. The new policy that you're suggesting down the bottom there, FUZ P8, and I appreciate your candor around its potential scope. I'm just interested, assuming that we did find there was scope, what process do you think a person endeavouring to comply with that policy would have to go through in order to demonstrate that it's okay for them to now advance a rezoning of fuzz land?
I think that's a good question. It's something that we mulled over at some length, actually, in terms of the wording and I guess the setting within that policy. It seems to me that in the first instance, where there is land that can be efficiently developed and is able to be developed within the existing residential areas, then that should be looked to in the first instance to provide that immediate land supply. Just through some of the other work that I'm doing with the consenting of council, even some of the existing residentially zoned areas and structure plan areas, there are some quite significant challenges within those areas in terms of achieving urbanisation and gaining subdivision consents. So I think there would need to be some level of assessment around what is being able to be brought to the market, and not just to meet demand, but I guess to provide for an oversupply, so we don't get any planning regime which is artificially influencing and having a negative impact on the market. And then, so I think it would be achieved by looking at the subdivision opportunities and the rate of subdivision which is being undertaken, and looking at other things in terms of the development of new dwellings within the district, looking at that housing affordability issue. And basically at that point, if it could be demonstrated that actually the fuzz areas do need to be considered, and there's an opportunity to bring those forward ahead of that long-term land supply objective, then I think it would be possible to do that. So again, I think it's a very good question, and it's something that we had a number of iterations of that policy in terms of the wording and how to set that. But what essentially we were trying to say is that the fuzz areas are designed to provide for that long-term land supply. However, we don't want to shut the door on the ability to bring those forward if there is good reason to do that. And I guess the other thing too is that we do see that there is likely to be some pressure, I think, on landowners within those fuzz areas to try and put forward a plan change to look at, the area that they have control over, and to try and bring that forward instead of looking at the overall fuzz area in a comprehensive manner. So again, it's trying to suggest that this is a long-term process, and it very much needs to be done in a comprehensive manner.
Okay.
So again, it's what I'd like to say there is that's the context and how we've, I guess, trying to show some of our thinking around that policy. We had the discussion that our wording may not necessarily be perfect, and as I said, we were anticipating and almost hoping that there would be evidence in and around this policy. So, you know, we may be able to bring forward a number of different views and tease out kind of where that policy setting should land up. And again, at the end of the day, with the commissioners being satisfied that there is a need and merit in actually including that as a new policy within the FUS.
Yeah, I mean, it's a vexed issue because on the one hand, you don't want to unnecessarily reduce the demand for development within serviced areas by allowing development at the fringe. But at the same time, if the market is saying that it's actually more feasible to develop on the fringe than within an area already serviced for whatever reason, then a policy like this is seen as sort of licensing land use to some extent. And it's exactly the conundrum Auckland got into, really, with its rural-urban limit over many years. It artificially drove up the price of land on one side of the line over the other simply because of that phenomenon. So it's yeah, it is interesting, and I'm sure Commissioner Deschanel will have a bit more of a think about it. The other questions I wanted to ask with you really are around this process, and a couple of things about that. In the proposed introductory words that you've made slight tweaks to in the appendix, you've talked about an approved structure plan. And I just wanted to get a sense from you how the council perceives or envisages this structure plan process occurring. Is it a document that is landowner / developer led that then becomes the basis of a plan change that then the council considers? Or is it a separate non-statutory process that ends up in an arm wrestling match between the council and the landowners about the overall layout of the land? And I guess I'm very much focused on this word approved. Is there some other process by which someone approves a structure plan before it gets put forward for a plan change, or do you see them as one and the same thing?
Perhaps if I answer first, in my experience, I've seen them developed as one and the same thing. So you have a plan change in terms of the actual zoning, and then sitting alongside that, you have the structure plan, which basically sets out key infrastructure corridors and servicing, and that may well also then feed into development contribution policy. So that's how I saw them working together, basically hand in hand. Okay. But again, Louise may want to comment on that, or Sarah Edwards.
No, I agree with you. The only additional thing I would want to add is this is the whole purpose behind the FUS policy P7, because FUS policy P7 clearly contains everything that the structure plan needs to include. So this is clearly set out so that if a private developer wants to initiate it and do a private plan change or go down that track, they clearly know what is expected of them and what an approved structure plan has to include.
Yeah, I mean, that was going to be my next question about, I guess, the guidelines for preparing a structure plan. And your P7 is a wonderfully brief policy. I mean, by way of comparison, Appendix 1 to the Auckland Unitary Plan has a structure plan guideline which runs to 6 pages. And I mean, we can thank the former regional council for that. But I guess the question I have is for, let's take Smart Road, for example. Smart Road is about 320 hectares, isn't it? Yeah, 372 hectares. It's in multiple land ownership, isn't it?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, is it feasible for, I'll start the question another way. If if one landowner within that structure plan area who happened to control maybe 50 hectares of it decided that they were going to do a structure plan for that 50 hectares and support a partial plan change for it, is there anything in policy P7 which would stand against them doing that? Is it clear that the structure plan has to apply for the entire land identified in that location for future urban, or could it be a part of it?
In my view, it could be a part of it, because again, particularly with Smart Road, that is such a large tract of land. And logically, there is likely to be more opportunity to extend the urbanisation from the existing urban boundary. And there may be areas further up Smart Road, which, as I say, through some future critical evaluation process may even drop out of the fuzz zone, I guess, at some point in time. So I would definitely not foresee that the policy framework should completely prevent a partial development of a fuzz area. However, again, the caveat on that is that if you're going to only do a part of the fuzz area, then you need to demonstrate why it makes sense to look at that as a subset of the overall fuzz, and also if the other fuzz settings are going to be retained, that there's not going to be a full closing of the urbanisation of the remainder of the fuzz. So you'll still be needing to demonstrate that the remainder of that fuzz could still be developed in a comprehensive and efficient manner.
So
and
that,
I guess just on the other thing too,
what you're using the phrase to comprehensively develop, isn't it? Even though I don't like the split infinitive, I think I get where you're coming from there. You're not going to just carve off one of the corner sites and say, hey, look, this is already serviced by a road and therefore I can connect it into the sewer and all of that sort of stuff and I'm ready to go. If I'm that landowner and I want to get off the cab rank first, I've actually got to come up with a plan which shows how my small section is going to fit within the whole. Even though I might not need to go to the same level of detail for analysis, particularly if you take the Smart Road example, if I'm the landowner at the closest end and the most easily serviced, I might focus my attention on the coordination of that third of the area, but at least show how all of the connections will work their way through to the balance area.
That's correct. I think that has to be the minimum, because the other concern that I would have in terms of developing a policy framework to say that the whole of the area would need to be comprehensively planned is that it may then lead to a certain amount of inertia and paralysis, because it would be such a huge burden or task to actually do a full rezoning exercise for that whole Smart Road. I can't see that would be contemplated by any private plan change, for example.
Well, I mean, I've seen large areas like this go through that, but it's where you've maybe got 2 or 3 landowners who are well resourced and are cooperating to do it, like some of the big structure plan and future urban zones around Auckland. But for this, with multiple titles, it would be a real challenge, I would have thought, to put a coordinated landowner group together without some person coming along and acquiring a lot of the small titles to take control of them. But I guess that's not something we really have to worry about at this level. I guess the key thing I'm interested in is just the clarity for those who may have land that have got this zone, that they know the process clearly that they have to go through and the thresholds they're going to have to get over in order to justify a plan change in the future. And I think P7 does it. And in combination with your proposed new policy, it would really mean that if a landowner or a group of landowners wanted to come along and promote a plan change, and they'd done a structure plan and they'd consulted with stakeholders and iwi and engaged with everyone and to come up with a good plan, it then went to the council as a plan change, and everyone was at least satisfied that if it went ahead now, it wasn't going to stall development within the existing urban service limit. That's that. I mean, isn't that the key thing? You don't want to stall something that's happening because a slightly cheaper but further out area suddenly comes on the market.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, I think part of it is definitely stalling development, but the other thing that I'm mindful of is that where council might be funding significant infrastructure upgrades, and it actually needs the reimbursement through DCs of development within that area to reduce the debt loading. So again, it comes down to that efficiency argument, I guess, in terms of looking how it's comprehensively developed with that infrastructure, with those infrastructure issues in mind as well.
Okay. Louise, do you have a particular view on this notion of partial structure plans for large areas?
Only I would just say I agree with the approach that Todd has iterated already.
Okay.
Could I just have a little supplementary on that?
Yeah, go for it. Yep.
Well, Todd and Louise, do the words actually, in your opinion, of Fuzz P7 actually say that? It's particularly, I'm thinking about the addition of comprehensively develop in the setup to the list, but on the other side, number 6 does talk about whether staging is appropriate. So I just wanted to just clear from you from a policy interpretation point of view, whether while the intent, Todd, looking at you, you were sort of giving us your opinion without perhaps you've memorized P7, and I wouldn't be surprised if you have, but just looking at those words now between P7 and P8, are you comfortable that a partial proposal could come forward for part of a future urban zoned area?
I think part of the answer to that is when you're looking at those fuzz areas, my expectation is that some of them would be subject to a plan change for the whole of the area, so they cover different spatial areas and locations. I guess the one that stands out is that smart road area and just the large spatial area of that, and I think the challenges that may be there for urbanisation over that whole area. So that is a little bit different from the other fuzz areas. In terms of the wording of Fuzz P7, and I think when that was written, and even with the amendments that we've recommended, it's been in our mind that those fuzz areas would be developed comprehensively for the whole of the fuzz area. But I don't think this precludes a staged development. But I think there would need to be a very high threshold in terms of council accepting a staged development with only a partial development of the fuzz area, and there had to be very good reasons in terms of a planning and infrastructure response to substantiate that was the best outcome, and that there needed to be a partial development of that fuzz area to meet the broader, I guess, strategic objectives and policies of the plan. Sorry, that's a bit of a long-winded answer, Mr. Commissioner. I'm not quite sure whether I've fully answered it, but.
I think, well, just one other follow-up, just very quickly interrupting. Councils can, of course, reject the proposed private plan change, can't they? But to do that, there'd need to be crystal clear policy. That's where I'm thinking ahead about clarity of wording, and there's perhaps a lot at stake with some of this. You know, developing those areas are multi-million-dollar exercises. So maybe you could just turn your mind. I just want your opinion about whether you think intention, your planning intention as relayed to us actually is met by the words. And perhaps you could think about that and come back to us with the right reply.
Thank you. Yes, we can do that.
Apologies, Kit, I'll let you carry.
No, I've got nothing more, but you came in just at the right time.
So you're finished, Kit?
Yeah, I am. Thanks, Stephen.
Okay. So just, I have a few other questions. One was about this smart road area. My understanding is that there's a new bridge that's likely to be required across the Waiwakaio, which does unleash that land, for the want of a better word. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, Mr. Commissioner, as well. Yes.
Yes. So that would be likely to be a council-funded infrastructure project with DCs paying for it. So it is a big step, and probably might need to be council-led. That could be the reality. Do you agree with that?
Yes, actually, I'm just thinking there was maybe some discussion around that in the updated housing and building assessment 2021. Perhaps we can come back
yes,
and answer that specifically for you, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes. Okay. I want to have a question you about the interrelationship between the RPS and the district plan and this urban growth area. I think you referred to some urban growth objectives and policies in the current RPS.
Yes.
And that's 2010 being made operative. And there's a new RPS being worked on, perhaps to underpin these new MPS FM changes. Is that your understanding with RPS planning in Taranaki?
I have looked at the existing regional policy statement. I'm not familiar with the work that Taranaki Regional Council is doing at the moment in terms of their work on the MPS, but obviously they will be needing to advance that. And if I could just comment, I mean, being based here in the Bay of Plenty, I'm very used to the Regional Council being a very key player in terms of the overall policy framework and development of urban areas across the district and across the region. So it does appear that at this stage the Taranaki Regional Council has left the strategic planning for urban areas to the district councils. And I guess that what we're seeing at the moment is that there will be a transition to more direct policies at the regional level that will be coming in. However, obviously we don't have the benefit of those for the current review process.
Okay, thank you, Todd. Louise, do you know, is TRC or Sarah, are they underway with an RPS review as well as a regional plan review around MPS FM?
I'm unable to answer that question. Is Denise or Sarah able to answer that?
I think I might be able to answer it. I think in hearing 5, I think you asked them, they did appear, the Regional Council, and on their website as well, they talk about wanting to do a combined RPS sort of natural resource plan. And I've had a few conversations in terms of when I was doing my right of reply for the water bodies, and they are very much in a sort of early stage of undertaking that process.
Okay, no, the reason I'm asking is a bit like your experience in the Bay of Plenty, Todd. Certainly, in terms of urban growth planning, traditionally it's been evolved through an urban growth strategy type approach that districts and regions work on together, because there's a whole bunch of integrated resource management that has to be done between the councils. your smart growth were the big one that was Plenty led. And then here we, our urban growth strategy here in Hawke's Bay is actually implemented through an RPS change, an urban growth plan change, and then everything's then got to be done by the councils in accordance with the RPS. But I was just a bit intrigued, and I think this is what's happening in Taranaki, that it is New Plymouth District largely driving the urban growth planning, and you're integrating. Would you say what the council's done in the plan is to integrate an urban growth strategy into the district plan through the zone? It seems to be that's what's through the zoning off this particular zone. That seems to be what's happening. Is that as you understand it?
Yes, in terms of the work that I've reviewed, and that the council is taking a strategic approach in terms of providing for and managing land supply through the provision of the urban zones in terms of the short and medium term land supply, and then also obviously revisiting the provisions for intensification and density within those areas. And then the other key provision, I guess, is the fuzz zone, which provides for that long-term land supply.
Yes, I don't have a view particularly. I think well, perhaps I do have a view. I think it's quite an efficient way the council's doing this long-term urban planning in the absence of any sort of regional growth strategy / RPS guidance, although there is some guidance here in the current RPS. So that leads me on to the question about, you've changed the focus of the zone to long term rather than medium to long term. Is that just in response to our interim guidance on the strategic directions, or do you think that's what the zone's all about? It is long term rather than medium to long term?
I think, well, yes, we took the lead for those changes from the interim guidance from the strategic directions hearing. And I guess it was also recognising some of the themes that had come through from, in particular, the Kāinga Ora submissions in terms of looking to our existing urban areas and how they can best be developed in an efficient manner to provide for the short-term housing and land supply needs. Louise has got a hand up.
I'll just add to that. So there was two reasons. The other reasoning for changing it to long term is the proposed district plan was developed under the NPS UDC, and under the NPS UDC we could count future urban zone growth in the medium term, and then when the UD came out, it changed the definitions, and essentially because the future urban zone is not infrastructure ready, it has to be counted in the long term. So that's the second reason for why the changes have been made.
Okay, no, Louise, that's really good clarification, and it seems like, I think, I remember in the strategic directions hearings, the council, the overview that Sarah Edwards gave us was that you're looking at a NPS UD compliant district plan as far as you can within sort of intent and scope, which is great. I think you're gonna end up with a plan that's pretty modern in terms of that absolutely key national policy statement around UD. Can I just Todd, ask you a question, or perhaps make a comment about the wording and some further discussions with perhaps some of the tangata whenua planning experts around the wording in relation to enabling tangata whenua involvement. As a panel, our approach has been, we certainly do encourage planners to take the initiative to get together to clarify things sort of through our process and before the right of reply. The hearing procedures does anticipate that and encourage that. So certainly, if you feel that that's needed, that's useful. It might be good for us if you did, or would be good for us if you did any of that sort of dialogue before the right to reply, obviously, so you can perhaps have the benefit of that. But in your verbal right to reply at the end of this hearing, you might have already worked up some thoughts after listening to the Tangata Whenua experienced planners. So it's just an iterative process, because someone's got to start with some drafting ideas. And I think Sarah and Maria and others have put forward some specific wording. So I don't want, we're very mindful. The reason I made this comment is that the team is under a lot of work. It's a busy time, so just have to be efficient around what you can achieve. But we do encourage you to do that. So that's a comment there. And look, the last, another question I have about is your new policy 8, I think it is. We're going to have to make a call on this. And I think if you are proposing it without scope, clear scope, you could point us to, you really have to put that up in lights in the right to reply. And I'd encourage you to take some advice from Lauren and others. We don't want to be in a position of promoting a good idea without something to underpin that. So again, perhaps a second look at that would be helpful. And on the intention of.
So sorry, Mr. Commissioner, can I just clarify? So am I hearing you correct that what you would like to see is almost a legal view that introducing that new policy is within scope, and then we can obviously discuss the merits of it, but we need to establish that scope matter in the first instance.
Yes, well, obviously planners can look at words as well, but there is, and again, I mentioned the recent cases to do with the Northland Region Plan. We just got to be confident. I think you mentioned it might be a consequential amendment, but then what does that mean? Are we on solid ground putting this forward if no one's actually specifically required it or sought it? And so I think it's really the discipline, that's the planning and legal discipline around scope, which we would need you to come back to us to give us some assurance around.
Yes, we can do that.
We obviously will form our own view, but we're looking to you to advise us on this. And one thing that did spring to mind with that policy, and perhaps an unintended consequence, like Commissioner Littlejohn mentioned, sometimes I think we've all had experience where there's residential land sitting around for ages. Something's not triggering its development, and I'm thinking about the drive for affordable housing, which we've heard a lot about. If there was a major affordable housing initiative that didn't perhaps suit existing landowners that had zone residential, and you really are looking into your future urban zones, perhaps as enabling and facilitating that. Would the new policy 8 kill that off within the life of the plan? So yeah, you've told us that you've thought long and hard about that new policy 8, but yeah, firstly scope, and secondly, and this is a section 32AA matter, any unintended consequences or risks policy.
Thank you. Yeah.
Look at that. I did have some matters marked up when I read your report initially. Paragraph 34 on page 8 where you're talking about meeting objective 7 of the NPSUD, you refer to a live work program. Is that on the council's website, or is that just something that's happening in the policy team? Is there some sort of process that we're talking about in terms of a live work program relating to robust and frequently updating the HBA?
I think I'll need to turn to Louise or to Sarah, because I think that paragraph is probably had its genesis with the wider team than myself. So,
I think that's referring to, yes, we have a work program as in which aligns with the long-term plan, and we have dates of when we anticipate these fuzz areas to be coming on board, i.e. when the demand is there for them. And that gets regularly updated as we update. Obviously, we're doing all the quarterly monitoring required under the NPSUD, and then every 3 years we'll be updating the housing business capacity assessment. So that's what that's referring to.
As you're required to under the NPS.
Yes, under NPSUD.
Yeah, I was interested in the term live work with a hyphen in between it, so I was just trying to work out, is that something you're doing in a very engaging way with?
No, it's live as in what's already been done in the HBA.
Okay. Well, I was again interested in your paragraph 71 on page 16, right at the top. And this is this critical requirement in the Act of integrating urban development with infrastructure. That paragraph, you say that the infrastructure strategy, which was completed in 2018, so that's 4 years ago. So I have a couple of questions. You say it's not a budget, so there must be some economic underpinning of the infrastructure strategy and some staging, and I would expect to sort of be thinking about, so it's clearly an LTP, key LTP, 30-year visionary type of process, but yeah, what do you mean it is not a budget?
I think that was indicating that that was more of a high-level assessment, and the analysis of infrastructure requirements and the provision of infrastructure to service the areas for urbanisation. I actually think there might have been some indicative figures, but basically not to be using those as a basis to provide for any annual plan or development contribution assessment. So it was, again, just really emphasising that it was a very high level analysis of infrastructure requirements at that stage.
So between the infrastructure strategy 2018, the future urban zone, which will be in the plan and gets approved in another 10 years, and the 30-year long-term plan, are any of these areas being planned, actively planned by the council within the nominal 10-year life of the district plan? Seriously being thought about and looked at?
Louise, are you able to answer that? I mean, I think definitely through this process with the proposed plan review, there is some critical attention being given to Area Q and to Area R around the New Plymouth Airport. And Area Q is dependent on some infrastructure upgrades within Area R. I think there I think there is merit, and I think council is doing this in terms of its housing and business assessments as to so none of this is fixed in place. It is going to evolve over time. There may be areas where private plan changes have been promoted and they've achieved urbanisation or a switch of the fuzz to allow for urbanisation. And I guess we'll also need to be mindful of how efficient and how much land supply is actually being delivered through the existing residential and structure plan areas. As I say, I mean, just through some of my other work, there's some quite significant challenges through the consenting in some of those areas.
Just adding to that, within the 10-year time frame, 10-year time frame is short to medium term. Long term is 10 to 30 years as defined under the NPSUD. So that's what we're aligning our thinking with. So when you say actively doing work, yes, there's high level work going on. The nitty gritty, like for example, detail of a structure plan work, that is still to happen for all these future urban zones, but high level, you know, for example, with Smart Road, at a high level, we know what the infrastructure concerns are, but at a detailed level, we don't have answers and options for them yet. So the focus for the growth areas in that 0 to 10 is existing infill intensification and the structure plan development areas, which are being rezoned as part of the proposed district plan. And those areas are having the high detailed work, and those areas are budgeted in those that 0 to 10 years in the long-term plan.
Okay, Louise, that's a great answer. I think, and it does bring it back to the term long-term as defined in the NPSUD. And so essentially, and I think this is what we're hearing in the report and the reason, the overview, this is identifying land past 10 years that is likely to be used, needed, and let's say protecting it for the long term, and not letting activities that are incompatible with that long-term vision be created there without some clear thinking around resource consents and those sort of things. That's the nub of it, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So Sarah, I see you've got your hand up there. Sorry, you've come in and out a couple of times. So you might want to just...
No, before when I turned on my camera, I was going to make a point, but that was actually covered by the officers. So they actually said what I was going to say. What I would say is that after we get through the district plan process, we'll actually start our future development strategy as well. So that's in the requirement under the NPSUD. So that will be the next big block of work that we'll actually do. And that creates that really strategic overview of what areas perhaps will go first, and actually give council spin on things as to the timing and when things can actually come online. And that, of course, would be working with our infrastructure teams to help inform that planning. So yeah, that's our next task after we're through the district plan review.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah. It was good to have lots of things on the go post district plan. A lot of things get done like that. So look, that's great for that explanation. And I just, Todd, I was reflecting on your sort of observation about the Smart Road area that's pretty dissected with gullies and lots of hills and things. And it's a question I had, which Louise might be able to help me with. It was coming back to some of Kit's queries about the yield. Is that yield realistic yield, given the fact that in any urban development you'd smooth out with earthworks some of those areas? So has that work been done to sort of on the yield basis, that realistic earthworks being undertaken as an assumption leading to those yield numbers?
Yeah, I can answer that. So with the yield, there is a criteria, and it does relate to topography, and I think there's 4 different grades, and it's given a number, and then there are calculations that are done. So in a general terms, it does take into account that topography, but like you say, when we come to the more detailed structure planning work, that will be more thoroughly reviewed, and that yield may change and have to decrease slightly when we do it then, but the initial yield work does take into account the topography of the area.
So it's a fair benchmark knowing what you know.
Yes, and that benchmark has been used across all the future urban zones, all the structure plan areas. So it's the same topography yield calculations that have been used.
Yes. Right. Thank you for that. A couple more just quickly. Paragraph 72, you've got a footnote there in the second bullet point, but no footnote. Is there something missed, or is that just you see there, second bullet point under 72, is there a missing footnote that we should know about, or is that a...
There may have been a footnote back to the housing and building assessment. So
it might be further back somewhere. Okay, just...
Yeah, so sorry about that. I didn't provide an addendum, but...
Do let us know about that, if there's a document that's referred to. I had a question about the Kaitiaki friend of submitters, Ngā Kaitiaki, in paragraph 96. Is that Mr. Zelchis? Sean, is that who you're referring to there?
Again, actually, a lot of this discussion came from the wider team. So I haven't been involved with those earlier meetings.
Paragraph 96. I'm just assuming that Sean, who has been involved with a lot of the submitters, Sean Zelchis.
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. Okay, thank you. And I'm just about at the end. Oh, co-housing reference at paragraph 220 on page 49. There's a new Plymouth co-housing. So what can either explain what co-housing means, or what the objective of the organisation is?
I think, well, I did look into this a little bit with the submissions that have been received, and I think that's going to be subject to some evidence to the commissioners over the next couple of days.
Yes.
My understanding is where there may be a mixed ownership model of housing on a title or a site. So it's moving away from a traditional fee simple land title model to something where parties are able to I guess buy into shares or have separate ownership of buildings within a jointly owned property. But again, I think I don't want to.
We'll hear some evidence about this. Do you think, Todd? Is that what you're saying?
I think one of the co-housing submitters is coming along on Wednesday.
It's tomorrow morning.
Oh, tomorrow morning.
All right, so we'll learn about that then. And my last question, and you'll be thankful for this, because we're going to have shortly have a break. Your paragraph 315, this is where we've asked for some help or advice about these matters of discretion, and there you're suggesting some changes. Again, is that a scope? We've in that minute 14, we'll have to sort of work out, is it a scope matter, or if not, so is there any specific scope for that suggested change?
Well, one thing which I've obviously been involved with through the development of the responses to the submissions and the preparing of the 42-hour report is that there is a significant amount of work coming through in terms of consequential amendments from other recommendations and other submissions to various zone chapters. And by their very nature, they will have consequential, well, they will raise consequential amendments for other sections of the plan where essentially it's picking up on the same definition or the same policy provision or the same approach to formatting when we're discussing the rule mechanism. So I think that in itself is just a very large task for the commissioners and also for the council staff in terms of responding to and preparing all those consequential and formatting changes. And I guess the upshot of that is that we will have a number of provisions within the plan which change the wording and the formatting, which we don't have a specific submission for, but they reflect a decision and, in my view, a necessary consequential amendment to maintain that overall integrity and uniformity across the whole district plan. And as I say, I think that's actually quite a massive task just in its own right.
Yes, I know. I've had some involvement, unfortunately, in doing that plan integration role. It's a big job, but I presume we'll really appreciate you raising these things. We've asked you to raise them in each report. It's really good. Probably in the plan integration hearing, we'll deal with these consequential amendments and just work through scope, and if we are making consequential amendments, what's the rationale for those. So thank you for that. But that's all the questions I have on this. So I do want to talk to Ms. Wallace about her submission we received this morning about green housing, because we've had some feedback from Cam Twigley about that in terms of timing. So Lauren, do you want us to address us on that scope matter now, and we'll need to talk about timeframes and those sorts of things?
Yeah, look, the memo that I filed, in preparing for this hearing, the council obviously reviewed all of the hearing evidence and just highlighted a potential scope issue with the Green School hearing evidence. My thought was that it would be prudent to raise that with the panel at the outset of the hearing, rather than just address it in a right of reply, so as to give the Green School the opportunity to address you on it. So yeah, it's really just a question of whether the hearing evidence, which proposes a precinct plan and additional provisions from what were in the original submission, whether that enlarges the relief sought beyond that which was in that submission. The proposal at the end of my memo is simply to note this and to request that perhaps the Green School be asked to address the scope issue when they present, so that the panel and the council have the opportunity to consider any arguments or case law that they want to rely on in support of their position.
Yes. All right. So we've only just sort of got this hot off the press this morning, and it's been, I think I see you've sent it to Mr. Twigley. So Cam, are you there? I think you've asked for some more time to consider that.
Yeah, I am here. Yeah, we have asked for some more time. We've asked that we could potentially be moved to Thursday afternoon to allow us to consider the memo that Ms. Wallace has sent through, including the case law that she's referred to.
All right. So I think I've just had a note back from Julie Straka that we're going to perhaps have a pretty busy Thursday afternoon. Christine, could you, I think it's a fair request given that you've only just seen this morning, just as we've heard about as the hearing started, and certainly thinking about fairness, Cam. So will you have, or does the Green School actually have counsel that's been assisting, or is this something you're going to have to
Yeah, I've put someone on notice today to assist after receiving the memo.
All right. Okay. So look, we'll do our best, but Christine, can you have a talk with Julie over the lunch break and just talk us through that timing issue? You're originally going to be on Wednesday, were you, Cam?
Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning. All right. Well, that's not
I mean, another option may be that the presentation carries on and then a memo or submissions as well, at the end of this week from the Green School, just in relation to that scope issue. But yeah, I guess it's a question of whether the panel wants to ask any further questions on the scope matter.
Just that we're quite we've been having some very long Zoom sessions, and I think the hearings people have been administrators have been trying to obviously spread things out, so it's not too busy on any particular day. But I think in the circumstance, certainly, Cam, we need to move you from tomorrow morning. If it was me, having seen the question raised the day before, I'd certainly want to at least have some advice before you did your main submission, and those are the options. So perhaps we'll just are you available to come back after 2 o'clock at 2 o'clock, Cam, when we reconvene, and then we could, whether you have time to take some instructions, or we can go from there.
Yeah, I have actually got a meeting with the Green School at 2. So after I've finished that meeting, I could tune back in, and I have spoken to them this morning and confirmed that everyone that was due to present would be available to present on Thursday afternoon. Noting that we have got one person who's tuning in from the States, but he's also confirmed that he'd be available.
Okay. All right. It's just I'm looking at Thursday's program. We've just currently got the Director General Conservation program for Thursday afternoon. So probably some time, but Christine, could you just double check, as I said, with Julian, we'll deal with this when we come back after lunch, and Cam,
No problem.
if you can just come back and check in later today if you met with the Green School, and we can make some arrangements.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. So is there anything else from the staff team before we break? Well, good. Thank you for your assistance. We'll adjourn and be back at 2 p.m. Thank you. Greetings, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome, Julie, to our hearing. All right, we're starting this afternoon with Jordan Landers from Port New Zealand. Jordan, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Thank you for your evidence, Jordan. We've read it, so just perhaps go through your highlights and things you want to elaborate on. And I think you may have some pictures at the back, or there's anything else, anything you'd like to quickly take us through, that would be good.
Cool. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think that you would have heard from me earlier back last year. So I work at Hort NZ. I'm an environmental policy advisor, and I'll just really quickly run through my statement and then open the floor to questions. So generally, we're really supportive of the recommendations in the Section 42A report, particularly around the issues of reverse sensitivity and the terminology around highly productive land. So I just wanted to emphasise that, and then kind of address three main matters in my industry statement, which is the status of greenhouses and just potential for a kind of gap or confusion in relation to the agricultural, pastoral or horticultural activities definition. And so we were seeking a slight amendment to that wording to make sure that greenhouses were captured as part of that kind of activity group. The other area covered in my statement was around providing for artificial crop support structures and protection structures. And the main area of concern was the large setbacks that they are currently subject to in the notified provisions. And in our submission, we saw an exclusion from setbacks, and reflecting on some of the other provisions around district plans for those kind of structures have proposed a smaller setback as an alternative. And the last point we addressed in the statement was around the gross floor area, and provided just some more information around the average size at an industry level of greenhouses. As that was particularly mentioned in the Section 42A report, and also the relief we sought there is exclusion for agricultural, pastoral and horticultural activities. Bit of a mouthful, that one, due to the quite conservative area around gross floor area across a rural site, and just from the concern that that might trip up kind of rural production buildings such as sheds or storage sheds, pack houses, that kind of thing. So yeah, that was the three key things touched on in my statement, and included a few pictures of those structures and our main submission points. So yeah, I'll leave that there for any questions.
Thank you, Jordan, and thank you for your Appendix 1, I think, where you outlined where you were in tune with the 42A report and the specific areas that you went. So that was pretty helpful. I'll hand over to Commissioner Littlejohn to start some questions if he has some.
Yeah, thank you, Jordan. That was very helpful. It's not until you get someone who's looking at these through the lens of a very specific industry that you start to realise where the potential wrinkles are. So I very much appreciate the focus you've put on the provisions. Really just a couple of clarifications from me. Page 6 of your evidence, where you talk about the impact of, in particular, the building setbacks. And I'm just, did you pick up on the 42A recommendation to potentially amend those setbacks? Or maybe I've misread it.
I would have to double check. So yeah, in that table, I think I've got the notified setbacks. I think I've got the section 42A open in another tab, so I'll just double check that, but that may have escaped me.
Actually, it may have just been in the rural lifestyle zone, actually. Oh, yes. No. I've worked out where I found it now. It was in the rural lifestyle zone where the 30-metre setback applied to 4,000 square metre or 1 hectare lots, in which case there wouldn't be a lot of land left to put a building. But I don't think, I think it still applies in the rural production zone. Is that your understanding?
That was my understanding, yeah.
Oh, okay, no, that clarifies that one. Cool, okay. Your paragraph 41, your second bullet point, and I'm just a little bit confused, and it may be because you've got your less than and greater than signs around the wrong way. Is that right?
That may be, yeah. So basically, yeah, what that was saying was less than, I think that's the wrong one, that's around the wrong way. Less than 1 hectare was kind of small. So yeah, I think that.
Less than and greater than 5 hectares.
Yeah, I think those are both right.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was the contention there.
Cool. All right. So the industry survey concluded that 84% were in the large category, so the over 5 hectares in area.
Yes. Yeah, in that survey, and it's hard to say if that was exactly the whole industry and that was for quite a different purpose, but yeah, in that one there was, yeah, the majority were over that size. I'd probably say that in the New Plymouth district, they're probably not that big because there's some large ones up around Pukekohe and top of the south, but yeah, that was kind of the industry as a whole, and there's obviously kind of variation around that.
Okay. No, I thought your evidence was very clear. I'll be interested to see what Denise sort of makes of it when we hear back from her, but otherwise, thanks for bringing those issues to our attention.
Great, thank you.
Jordan, 2 questions from me. The first one is about horticultural land use in New Zealand and the way it may be adapting with climate change. So different crops perhaps being thought about in areas that wouldn't have been thought about even 10, 20 years ago. Is that pattern of change a real thing?
I haven't kind of done a lot of work in that area, but for Taranaki, I am aware that there has been some work done around categorising what land would be suitable for what crops, and that there is potential for horticultural crops in the region, and particularly their name escapes me, but the Economic Development Agency, I think, led that work, and there's been I think it was last year, quite a lot of work around potential for avocados and kiwi fruit, I think it was. And yeah, there's kind of a broader piece of work around the changing climates and what things might shift down as things warm up in the country. But it's hard to say, yeah, I guess when exactly that will occur. But I think that is kind of quite an important consideration around the artificial crop protection structures. With the fruit crops, those structures can be quite important in protecting from wind and other elements such as that, so they are quite a important part of those systems that potentially could be, part of a land use change to agriculture in the future. Obviously, it's hard to fully say where and exactly that will occur, but from my understanding of that work that has been done, there is potential in the region for some of that.
Yes, it might be Venture Taranaki who did that work.
Yes.
And I didn't think it was very windy in Taranaki, but others might correct me on that. Julie's smiling at me. No, seriously, I'm based in Hawke's Bay, Jordan, so we're seeing more and more of these quite elaborate crop protection structures that are real structures around. There's hops starting to be grown here, which have significant structures. Kiwi fruit, obviously. Apples are now being planted with, very sophisticated big metal structures, looking like lining them up for perhaps mechanical harvesting or some sort of systems where people sit on a harvester and then pick from a platform type of thing. So yes, it's changing very rapidly in Hawke's Bay. So I can certainly see that the plan needs to anticipate some of those matters. And even though obviously we need to make decisions on evidence, that's why I asked you that question. I am aware just through some other work that there is sort of a significant land use change being looked at or thought through with climate change. So you may well see Hawke's Bay, Taranaki having more of a horticultural footprint in the future. So look, that was all I had. Thank you for your assistance and thank you for your very clear evidence. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Right, thank you, Jordan. We're now moving to, I think it might be Rome from Trustpower. Is that right? Yes. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Good to see you again.
Yes. Would you like me to just jump straight in?
Yes, please. We have read it. It's quite a short and sweet. So just highlight the the main points.
Yeah, and you've heard from me and from Ms. McFarlane-Hill on a few chapters now, so you understand that the focus of Trustpower's submission is largely around ensuring the ongoing operation of their assets and also giving effect to the national policy statement for renewable electricity generation. The change today that we've requested is pretty minor and only seeks the recognition of renewable electricity generation activities as compatible within the rural zone. So that's in policy 2. And yeah, so like I said, pretty straightforward. So really just here to answer any questions that you might have.
Right, we'll see if Kit has any questions.
Yeah, I do. While the amendment you're suggesting on paper is very minor, I'll give you that. I read it as essentially saying that this plan should indicate that for 97% of the district, which is rural, that renewable energy generation is an appropriate activity throughout that quite significant area. Is that essentially your evidence?
Yes, and we also have an addition in the policy about the functional and operational need. So that's part of that consideration as well.
I've got to say, I really am struggling with that. I mean, some of the most hard fought contests for wind farms, which I'm taking that you would agree as renewable electricity generation, predominantly within the rural areas of New Zealand, have been some of the hardest fought battles from a consenting point of view due to their very significant impacts on rural character. And yet you're saying with this brief addition, all of that will be forgotten and we can put wind farms up throughout Taranaki, is that, or throughout New Plymouth District?
No, the rules are still don't have permitted activity status, so there's still the requirement to look at the rules and follow that the structure in the rules. But this is just saying that in the policy that renewable energy can be compatible within the rural zone.
Paragraph 10 of your evidence reads to me very much like a submission on behalf of your client. You're giving expert evidence here as an independent, aren't you?
Yes, that's correct.
So when you say Trustpower contends and later it is Trustpower's contention, is that your contention or is that Trustpower's?
No, that is mine on behalf of Trustpower.
So have you got any other evidence then to support your contention at the end of paragraph 10 that renewable energy generation activities are compatible with rural character and should be anticipated in the rural production zone?
I think that if you look around our country, most of renewable energy activities are located in rural zones because, you know, there is that need to be located where the resource is available, and so therefore there needs to be some allowance and acceptance of those activities within the rural zone because that's where they're most likely to locate.
That's, with respect, that's not really evidence. That's really an observation about what's happened elsewhere in New Zealand. In terms of the rural character of this district, what's your evidence that renewable energy generation activities are compatible with that character?
I think if you look at some of Trustpower's existing assets, you'll see that they are compatible with the rural zone, and in particular have added to that character. Some of the lakes that have been formed through their assets are now listed as significant natural areas or outstanding landscape features. So they're actually forming part of that rural zone and giving part of that character to the zone.
Are there any wind farms in New Plymouth District?
I don't believe so.
So Trustpower's assets in the district are confined, that are renewable, are confined to hydroelectric?
Yes, that's correct. But yes, I understand your concern that the use of renewable electricity covers wind farms as well as the hydroelectric generation.
I mean, to some extent, you've hit the nail on the head that ultimately this is just a policy that any large-scale wind farm would require resource consent. You're familiar with the energy chapter. What would the consenting pathway be in the energy under the energy chapter for that activity?
I would have to revisit it, but it would be either discretionary or, depending on the characteristics, non-complying.
Oh, if there'd be overlays involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't involved in that specific chapter. Okay, I think I get where you're coming from. I do think you should be careful when you say things like Trustpower contends or it is Trustpower's contention, because this is your evidence. And, we're relying on your expert opinion here, not what your client thinks. Sometimes the two can be very different. So I just caution you about the way you phrase those sorts of things.
Yes, I'll take that on board. Thank you.
Okay, but otherwise, very straightforward. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, mate. I'm one of the battle-hardened veterans of the wind farm wars, Commissioner Littlejohn. Up and down the country. So I just wanted to ask you a follow-up question about, I suppose it's the justification or the need for positive policies about renewable energy, Rome. We know the Net or Zero Carbon Act is looking to have all of New Zealand electricity generated from renewable sources by 2035, and for the country to be carbon zero by 2050. So in the life of this plan, would you agree that there will need to be significant new renewable energy developments built in New Zealand?
Yes, but also enhancement of existing facilities. So being able to enable that enhancement as well is quite important.
And perhaps the most likely, as Commissioner Littlejohn said, most likely new activities, given their cost profile and the state of technology and the Taranaki situation, it's probably wind and solar. Would you agree with that?
Yes, and I think with the freshwater reform, it's getting harder and harder to bring new hydro schemes into play.
So anyone that wanted to bring forward a wind farm, and the nearest one is a new one at Waverley in Wanganui district, I think. Might be South Taranaki, I can't remember, which is on the dune systems near the sea. You'd agree that anyone that wanted to bring a wind farm or a solar farm to market through a resource consent would need to really carefully look at all the overlays, particularly the natural character ones.
Exactly, yeah.
Which, depending on the way you read the policies and rules, could be a bit fatal if those were impinged.
Yeah, and I think that's the appropriate protection. As Councillor Littlejohn mentioned, well, I think it was 97% of the district is rurally zoned, and so therefore areas that do have that amenity or natural character, it's important that they are identified and those overlays are put in place, and that areas that are not covered by those overlays can be utilised appropriately.
So it is a balance, but I think he says, as Commissioner Littlejohn says your evidence and your proposition is quite clear. We just have to think through these issues and the justification for potentially identifying those sorts of activities as being compatible in the rural zone. Thank you for your evidence and for your appearance today. We'll you say might see you again in some other hearings, I'm not sure.
All right, thank you.
Right, we're now moving to Greymouth Petroleum. And yes, Jennifer, how are you doing, Jennifer?
I'm good, thank you. I'm just here myself today. I've got Rebecca here as on the line as well in case you have any questions.
I see Rebecca
but
there.
no legal permissions from Greymouth today.
Thank you.
So I'll just jump into my evidence. I'll just do what I've been doing, which is take you quickly through my executive summary. So starting at paragraph 11 of my evidence. So this is planning evidence in relation to the rural production zone, the rural lifestyle zone, and the future urban zone on behalf of Greymouth Petroleum. I'll just note that in terms of the requested changes in my evidence, they relate only to the rural production zone. So that's the only things I'll take you through today. There is some evidence in there related to the other two zones, but the bits I'll take you through today just relate to the rural production zone. So Greymouth undertakes oil and gas activities in the New Plymouth district, the majority of which are located in the rural production zone. And Ms. Hare has actually put together a figure that she sent through this morning that shows the plan of the district with the permit areas and the zoning, so that you can see just where the permit areas are and how they relate to the different zones. I think Julie has that. I don't know whether you want that.
There we go.
Yep. Yeah, so that just gives you a quick overview, so you can see the little bits of obviously mostly rural production zone, but there's a few little overlaps with the rural lifestyle zone and the future urban zone in the different permit areas.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
So let's see where I've probably covered 12 and 13, so jumping through to 14. The majority of Greymouth's submission and further submission points in relation to these three zones can be related back to the relationship between these chapters and the energy chapter. The intent of the submissions was to address concerns regarding clarity as to which provisions apply to oil and gas activities, which fall within the proposed plan definition of energy activities. The submissions were drafted on the assumption that both the energy chapter and the chapter for the underlying zone would apply to any proposed energy activity. From my review of the relevant chapters of the proposed plan, it is my view that this was a reasonable assumption, and it's been reinforced in the reporting officer's right of reply in relation to hearing 2, the introduction and general provisions hearing, where additional text is recommended to be added to the how the plan works section in part 1. And I've just listed that there in blue to show the officer's recommendation. If an activity is covered by more than one rule, then all the relevant rules apply and no rule has precedence over another. So turning to the rural production zone objectives, the submission from Greymouth identifies lack of clarity regarding the application of rural production zone objectives to oil and gas activities. The approach in the submission was to seek amendment to the definition of mining so that oil and gas activities would fall within that definition. Mining is included in the proposed plan definition of primary production, and therefore this amendment to the definition of mining would result in oil and gas activities being part of the primary production definition. This is also relevant to the definition of rural industry, which references primary production. Primary production and rural industry are referred to directly in the rural production zone objectives 4, 5, and 7. And on this basis, if the definition of mining were amended to include oil and gas activities, then these objectives would be relevant to oil and gas activities. However, I concur with the recommendations of the reporting officer that the definition of mining from the RMA and the definition of primary production from the National Planning Standards should be used, rather than creating sort of bespoke definitions for this plan. I think there's standard definitions that it makes sense to retain. Therefore, I have considered alternative methods to achieve the intent of the relief sought in Greymouth's submission, and I discuss these matters in relation to each objective where I have recommended amendments. The submission and further submissions seek a number of amendments to provide for oil and gas activities throughout the policies and rules in the 3 chapters the subject of this hearing, on the basis that there were inconsistencies between the zone chapters and the energy chapter. A key example of this is the catch-all discretionary activities rule in all 3 zone chapters that apply to activity not otherwise listed in this table. While the energy chapter provides for petroleum prospecting as a permitted or restricted discretionary activity in all zones, the catch-all rules in the zone chapters would capture petroleum prospecting as it is not listed in the zone activity rules tables. I concur with the recommendations of the reporting officers that in general, duplication should be avoided. Given the structure of the proposed plan, with the adverse effects of energy activities managed in the energy chapter, it is my view that it is appropriate that provisions relating to oil and gas activities are located predominantly in that chapter. However, to ensure clarity, it is my view that the wording of the catch-all rules in the rural production zone, rural lifestyle zone, and future urban zone should be amended to specify that these catch-all rules do not apply to activities that are specifically covered in district-wide chapters, such as the energy chapter. The recommendations that I expressed throughout my evidence in relation to avoiding duplication is on the basis that appropriate clarification is provided in the proposed plan that rules in the energy chapter take precedence over the catch-all rules in zone chapters. In the event that this clarification is not provided, it is my view that provision should be made for oil and gas activities within these 3 zones in accordance with Greymouth's submission, so that the catch-all rules do not have the unintended consequence of requiring a discretionary activity resource consent for an activity that is, for example, provided for as a permitted activity in the energy chapter, such as petroleum prospecting, where the use of explosives is excluded. So the specific amendments other than that catch-all rule, objective rural production zone 4, which relates to the maintenance of rural character and amenity, identifies a range of activities and features that contribute to that character and amenity, including objective 4, clause 4, which refers to existing rural industry facilities, including energy activities. As I've discussed when I summarise the key issues, without the amendment that Greymouth requested to the definition of mining, oil and gas activities and energy activities are not rural industry. They don't fall within that definition. Therefore, I've suggested some rewording of this sentence to clarify that. In relation to objective 5, which is the protection of primary production and rural industry activities, This provides for effective and efficient operation of primary production and rural industry activities. While I concur with the recommendations of the reporting officer in relation to the definitions, these recommendations have the effect of excluding oil and gas activities from the definition of mining, and therefore from the definitions of primary production and rural industry. Notwithstanding this, in my view, it would be appropriate for Objective 5 to also relate to energy activities. Energy activities are the primary significant activity occurring in the rural production zone that do not fall within the definitions of primary production and rural industry. On this basis, I've recommended addition of the words energy activities to the objective. While I generally concur with the reporting officers in relation to avoiding duplication in the proposed plan, in my view, reference to energy activities in the overview and objectives 4 and 5 provides useful guidance in relation to energy activities, specifically in the context of the rural production zone chapter. And then just 2 comments quickly on policies. Policy 2, which relates to managing potentially compatible activities. This includes a requirement to have regard to whether adverse effects can be internalised within the activities site. In my view, wording should be added to provide guidance in the event that effects cannot be internalised. In policy 7, relating to minimising reverse sensitivity effects, this includes a requirement for sensitive activities to minimise any adverse reverse sensitivity effects. It's my view that replacing minimise with avoid, remedy or mitigate would provide clarity. It reflects the wording in section 5 of the Act and clearly signals that some adverse effects are to be avoided. So that was all I was going to take you through today.
Thank you for that summary, Jennifer. Just move to Kit for questions.
Thanks, Jennifer. I don't think I had any questions. Which just goes to show how much sense you make. I was interested though, policy 2, you don't recommend any changes. I mean, you've got some helpful suggestions about making amendments to the objectives. In terms of, I'm only really just picking up on focusing on this now, given the discussion with the last witness. Policy 2 talks about things that will be potentially compatible with the planned character of the zone. And you then look at a range of items 1 to 6, and then we've got this list. Are you satisfied that not referring to energy activities in that list is not going to be a problem?
I guess there's a bigger picture question in terms of the approach taken throughout the plan in terms of this duplication question, and I think probably it's about a clear decision being made overall. If the energy chapter is to be relied on, then to my mind that can appropriately in those objectives and policies provide the guidance necessary. I felt that it was useful to have mention in the objectives at a high level, just because the rural production zone is obviously the most significant zone and has the energy activities predominantly located there. But certainly, I think as I comment in my evidence, if the commissioners were of a mind to not take a very clear line on that duplication question, then I would see it as being appropriate to include some references to energy activities in the policies. If that helps, but that, yeah, I guess it's
I get where you're coming from. You're either got to include everyone within every list within every zone, or you just have a tool which says that even if you're not included within a specific list within a specific zone, if you're actually contemplated generally by way of another chapter, then someone can't come along and argue that you're not a compatible activity.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. And there's a very specific chapter relating to these activities.
Yeah, okay. No, I see the point you're getting to now. Okay. We've just got to be confident that people will read the plan as a whole and not look in each specific chapter for all the answers in a way.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, all right. No, I didn't have anything else, and I appreciate you correcting some of the language there, which was quite useful. So thanks for that.
Thank you.
Jennifer, neither Kit nor I were sat on the energy chapter, so just in relation between that, we'll have to go back and read the information in the final writer reply, just to work all this through.
Sure.
I just had a question about, and this is because I wasn't on the chapter, your paragraph 24. You say where petroleum prospecting is permitted in the energy chapter, excluding the use of explosives. So again, the technical question Rebecca might be able to help me with. I understood that the use of seismic testing was quite common and that small charges were used, but is there other techniques which don't use explosives for seismic testing, or there are other permitting that you might be doing just out of interest?
Rebecca, you can jump in if you want. Just not getting your sound, Rebecca.
You're on mute. They have those thumper things, don't they?
Yeah, Rebecca's microphone's off, but might be on the wrong speaker setting, Rebecca.
I can have a go at answering in part anyway. There is definitely some prospecting activities that don't involve explosives, and the rules in the energy chapter actually split out prospecting, excluding the use of explosives, and prospecting. The wording is the use of explosives for seismic surveys. So there's an acknowledgement that there's some activities that can happen without any explosives.
Okay, because that's when the potential effects come about. All right, I see Rebecca's trying to come back on there.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now, Rebecca.
Hi, sorry about that. A few technical issues. Yeah, just thought I'd disconnect and connect and see if that solved the issue, which it seems to have done.
Yeah.
Not sure what Jennifer just recaptured on, but yeah, in terms of seismic surveys that don't involve the use of explosives, there are other methods. I think Kit just mentioned there's vibrosis trucks, and there's also drop weights as well. So we've done seismic surveys recently which have involved vibrosis trucks, and sometimes those are more suitable if they're in more sensitive environments, such as close to residential areas or things like that in a lifestyle zone perhaps, or things like geology, things like that. They will play a role in what's the best use of source energy.
Okay, no, that's helpful. Yes, some of those seismic tests are done in all sorts of tiger country, and really using helicopters are pretty amazing sort of procedures, is my understanding. So yes, I was aware of the use of small explosive charges, but not the other techniques. So that's helpful. Thank you. Jennifer, I did have one other question about policy 2 and your qualifier there. So the introduction to that policy talks about having regard to whether adverse effects can be internalised within the activity site. So that's obviously the aim would be to try and internalise within your site.
Yep.
But I was interested to use the term, and if not, the appropriateness of any off-site effects. So that word appropriateness seems to be pretty open. It's not dealing with effect or so can you just guide me through your choice of word there?
Yep, and if memory serves me correctly, that was the direct wording from the Grey Mouse submission, which I wasn't involved in the preparation of, but obviously putting it in my evidence, I did consider the appropriateness of it.
Appropriateness of it.
Sorry. I can appreciate your concern and potentially be happy to look at some tweaks to the wording of it. I guess the beginning of the policy says having regard to.
Yes.
And so I guess it was intended that it was relatively open to say, if the effects can't be internalised, have regard to what the effects are. And, you know, I guess you could make it more wordy by saying the extent of off-site effects and the extent to which they can be managed, or, you know, something that I guess expands out what maybe lies in behind that word appropriateness.
But those words you just used here seem to be clearer to me in terms of some policy guidance. Just thinking, Denise, do you want to have a think about that? And I know you've in your 42A report, Denise, you're not supporting that qualifier, but do you have any comments?
I didn't support it because I thought it was weakening the policy. So P2 is about activities that are compatible, and I thought part of was quite a good criteria that they had to contain their, you know, adverse effects within the site. That to me is something that, you know, is generally the characteristics of a compatible activity. So I will think about the wording that the extent of off-site effects and the extent to which they can be managed, because I do realise that's quite a high bar. That everything has to be contained within the site. I do agree that I don't like the word appropriateness. I think that's unclear, and it does weaken the policy when you look at what the intent of the policy is about. So that would be my initial thoughts.
Yes, and when you do that, like, I'm very mindful that quite often you might not be able to keep an effect just inside your site, but no one really cares apart from maybe a few rabbits running around. If you're causing some concerns, you know, it's not affecting a household or a residence or something. If you do have some effects, particularly if there are the temporary effects around things like seismic testing and investigations, those sorts of things. But yes, those words. Yes, you go, Ken. Yeah.
To some extent, if we take the view that the framework for the consideration of petroleum activities is set out in the energy chapter, then we really don't need anything in this particular policy, do we, Jennifer? I mean, there are very specific policies in the energy chapter specifically around the appropriateness of petroleum exploration and production activities within the rural production zone and all of the thresholds they have to meet and how they have to be managed. But I mean, if we have confidence that they speak for energy production activities in the rural production zone, then do we need to make any tweaks to the specific wording of this policy, which is on its face not even intended to deal with this activity? It's to deal with other potentially compatible rural activities other than energy activities?
Yes, I do agree that the way I see the plan structured, that you would look at the zone objectives and policies and energy objectives and policies, and you would for an energy activity, you would be quite guided by the objectives and policies in that energy chapter. I guess for this one, I did feel, and this sort of goes probably a little bit beyond Greymouth's submission specifically, but that a policy that says effects can be internalised within the activities site. In my experience, a lot of activities happen in the rural environment where the effects aren't all internalised within a site, and it did feel to me like quite a high bar. And so just in terms of, I guess, the overall assessment of activities, that there was some merit in looking at that wording.
Sorry, Stephen.
That's quite okay. I'd pretty much run my course in terms of questions. So appreciate your assistance, Jennifer. And that brings us to the end of our hearing today. I did want to have a discussion with Julie about a timetable, and we can perhaps do that with others listening in who might be able to give us a bit of guidance.
Right, I'll say thank you.
Yes, thank you, Jennifer. Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so Julie, we've been having some email correspondence offline about Thursday coming up.
Yes.
And a request from the Green School to be heard on Thursday so they can get some legal advice around a memorandum that's been filed this morning on behalf of the council. My read of Thursday's timetable is it's pretty busy already, and we do have the right of reply on Thursday afternoon along with a doc submission which they've asked for a reasonable amount of time.
Yes.
I just wanted to get a feel from Sarah and Maria and Casey while you're here about how long do you think you'll be needing in the morning on Thursday? I've got two reasons for asking, so I'll let you give us your best shot at that. I know this is probably Julie's job, but while we're all here, it might be convenient to get some advice on that. When you're there, they might not be listening in.
Here they are.
Yeah.
We're listening.
Yeah.
I don't anticipate on taking too long, I guess. Yeah, I'm only covering off the fuzz, and then Casey's covering off the rural for Te Koteitanga. But only really quite a discrete issue for fuzz. So I wouldn't anticipate any longer than probably half an hour. But
yeah.
I guess. Oh, sorry, I was just trying to think. Our hapu was speaking on Wednesday, so.
Yes, yeah. And you know how we roll in terms of questioning. You think half an hour with a few questions. Yeah. Murray, does that sound about?
Yeah, same for me.
Yeah.
We only have quite a few short list of things.
Yeah, and there's been some suggestions in the 42A report for some further changes, and I think the team at the council indicated they're quite interested in hearing some further thoughts from you. So we'll, on that basis, Julie, I think we should see whether the Green School or any other parties can come in later in the morning on Thursday.
Okay.
The second reason for asking is I do have another commitment at 9 o'clock on Thursday, which unfortunately I can't get out of. So we'll need to start at 9:30.
Okay.
I've been ordered to be there by someone who's bigger than me in terms of a conference. So again, we'll just make the most of the time and be aware that we might be a little bit busy at the end of the day, but we'll cope, I think.
Okay. Also on that note, just noting for those that are online that I'll post another hearing timetable up tonight, but we will have a 2 p.m. start tomorrow rather than a 1 p.m. start after lunch.
Okay. Sounds very good. We're kicking off at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
That's correct.
Yes, so thank you for everyone's attendance again and have a good afternoon. We'll see you at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.